the main thing you need to know probably at this point is on page 11 of the PowerPoint presentation, or actually page 22 of the PowerPoint presentation at that point. We started at 951, which is our current assessment, and that I proposed that now to increase to $982 a year. That's a $31 increase, or 3.3%, and we'll be going through, obviously, the next 3 days how we got to that number and what you guys and gals want to do with changing that up as well. All right, with that, we'll come back to some general comments about what we included in the budget, in the proposed budget at this point in time. That really on page 2 of that membership hearing PowerPoint. What do we have to accomplish? And these are all both general things as well as some things that were identified in the budget guidance document. And let me give a brief overview of these 5 or 6 areas first, and then we'll obviously get back into that as we continue to discuss things today. One big item was deficit recovery. The budget guidance should provide a 3- and a 4-year plan. There's been debate over whether or not that was 4 equal years or 3 equal years or something variation thereof. That understanding of that is certainly understandable in and of itself. I took the approach based upon all these other 5 things that we are looking to accomplish so much. I went a route of backloading it a little bit and saying $100,000 the first year, $250,000, and then $325,000 and $325,000. I will remind you that last year we talked about, we did $600,000 towards deficit recovery, and that would be certainly for 1 year, and that that may change based upon positive results in the operating budgets for next year and beyond, as well as other revenue sources that we may generate. There has been some talk about, well, what do we do? What are we looking at potentially for a surplus in this next fiscal year with regard to the yacht club? We'll talk more about that later as we get into food and beverage. But there may be significant difference there in this next year, which could produce a surplus, or if we budgeted for it, then that additional revenue could also be used in the budget process. So deficit recovery is one item. The other thing, obviously, is the operating fund in and of itself. Within the operating fund, probably the biggest thing is payroll, obviously. And I know the board has gotten the pay study, and we've looked at that a little bit more in detail and trying to come up with a specific approach to handling payroll. And the pay study adjustment, that was $128,000. That is incorporated into the proposed budget. There's a 2% merit pool increase incorporated into the proposed budget, as well as a 10% estimated inflation rate on the HR benefits. That's obviously a best guesstimate provided to us by the professionals in the industry, our benefit provider. Under the next piece under operating fund is drainage. That's obviously been a topic of discussion by the membership all year long, long before I got here, and will continue to be. We have labor in there, and materials and contractual services. Again, we'll talk about all these things in more detail as we go forward, but I wanted to outline these major pieces that we were trying to accomplish something new in this next fiscal year. And a big chunk of that is coming out of the road reserves, so it doesn't impact the operating fund, but there are about 145,000 plus added to the operating fund for addressing drainage. Again, about 20,000 in engineering and another 125,000 for contractual services for beginning to get at preventive maintenance, or getting to a point, sort of resetting the ground zero, if you would, for maintaining our drainage ditches. Third piece is deferred maintenance. There's obviously been a lot of conversation about that as well. In the operating fund, though, there are certain things in deferred maintenance that can be paid for out of the replacement capital reserve, which you'll see in the next segment. But there are a lot of things that are not capital items, or that were not covered by could not be covered by the replacement capital reserves. Therefore, that additional funding is found in the operating fund. And then new capital funding, there's a small amount in there of $6,500 for a new piece of software for the police department. But there's a big list of unfunded new capital items. There is a conversation about the pool, sports court pool room addition. That would have to come from new capital, and the Budget and Finance Committee is recommending that be included. And of course, there is conversation about if there's need to expand the police administration building. If we can't do it within the confines of the existing footprint, and we would have to expand the building, then any expansion would have to be from new capital as well. Again, there's no funding mechanism outside of the operating budget for any new capital item. Then we have the replacement capital. Again, some of that has the deferred maintenance items as well. Then road funding. We have the road paving of about $633,000, plus another $620,000 for pipes and the engineering and permitting related to that. And then we have the bulkhead funding. The biggest change that you would find to bulkhead funding is the fact that based upon our reserve balances, both now and projected for the end of April 2020, that we would waive the $19 bulkhead assessment and the $453, is that right? Yeah, $465 for bulkhead contribution. And also included in the bulkhead funding is $20,000 for dredging. All right, so there was a lot of things to try to accomplish in the proposed budget, both operating and the different reserves. Now, if you want to, any general questions, heads up, JB, we want to find out about this in general before we get into the specific departmental pieces within the budget.
Yeah, JB, I got a question real quick. The guidance from the Budget and Finance Committee on the payback of the deficit, has that been included when you proposed that the assessment go from 951 to 982? Is that change in that payback
That did not change.
That did not change. So right now with this current proposed assessment, we're still at the 100K year one,
100K,
250 year
correct.
two, and then, okay.
Can I?
Treasurer Volo.
So we're on the topic of the deficit reduction. I just want to go back, just lay it out for everybody, the understanding of where BNF was or is, where the CFO was as a support function. So the deficit reduction did come up when we gave guidance back in September by BNF. When we're talking about the deficit reduction and that piece of the assessment, that is for reserves. And my understanding and my belief as the CFO was only the board adjusts or looks at that and evaluates that. That's how it's been in the past when we had it, and that's the way it's always been from any GM. You certainly have the right to put that in, no question. But here was my thinking on it and rationale. First, BNF does understand that they just give guidance. And to a man and lady on that team, they do understand that. to go back in September, when we talked about it, I saw that you were being tasked with several different items that could possibly increase the budget, certainly. So I requested that the board look at the deficit reduction. Maybe we have some leeway to help you out with the budget, to help us all out, the association, not just you. There was guidance, there was some leeway. We did give a parameter. It was discussed as the CFO with you, as we went through the budget, made it clear that's what the board had intended, and that let's let the board do it. Because if we took, or if you took, and it'll be weird, that's fine, so much of that deficit reduction, it kind of masks, camouflages other increases, so that when we present, or when it's presented that there's a 951 assessment proposal, it kind of doesn't make it clear, unless you really dig in there, that there's so much of an increase in there that was masked by pulling out of something towards reserves. Now, that's the board, and they can do whatever they want today or at the end of this on that. It's fine with me, as long as it's all transparent. I just felt that doing it the way it was done possibly was not the best way to make it all transparent, but certainly within the realm and understanding to do it. And backloading it, as part of it, it'll just show that a trend could come where all of a sudden there'll be a bigger increase to assessments, and everybody will say, how did we go from flat to a big increase? That was the thinking, that was the guidance, that's what the CFO was saying. I just want to make sure it's transparent.
Any other questions so far?
I had one comment.
Hey, can I make a suggestion? After last week, watching all of the meetings that I couldn't attend in person on the video, could I make a suggestion that you turn your microphone on and leave it on? Because a lot of times people started talking and, you couldn't hear what they were saying, and then somebody went, hey, microphone. So I just asked that we turn on, unless there's a tremendous amount of feedback, I'd ask we just turn all the microphones on so everybody hears the conversations. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve?
On the payroll study, is there any way to get, I would like a summary that shows me the proposed payroll and benefits in one nice, neat chart, so I can see. When we start doing comparisons to other agencies in our area, I can't look just at salary. I got to look at salary plus plus the benefit package, and I don't see that in the study in a nice, neat way.
JB, Steve, is that something we can put together in a reasonably short period of time? Because we just add on to that other spreadsheet that's already there?
Just to clarify, you're looking for a breakout of the specific benefits in terms of cost?
So what I'd like to see is employee A gets this salary and these benefits, and this is the total of their package. Because I think when we start comparing across agencies, we have to look at the whole package, not just their salary or not just the benefit package.
I think we have that, Steve, in the detailed backup that supports the payroll sheets that you do have, where it's all broken out by category versus employee. We do have those sheets, and certainly they're available to the board.
Okay.
I think that will, yeah. Let's see something. Yeah, I'm talking about the detail sheet that backs up the one page that's in there.
$1.14.
It's in there as a total, but it's not in there.
Summary
I'm
sheets.
trying to understand, how detailed do you want this broken down?
You want it by person?
I want to really do it by person.
This is fine.
I guess it looks like it's by department. I don't see it there.
We don't have a positions.
Okay. So positions, not, okay.
Yeah, not person.
What page did you find that on?
4.2.
4.2.
What's that? Okay.
We're live. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. One of the things I wanted to go back to, following up on Treasurer Vola's comments about the deficit recovery, part of the strategy behind this, one is there are some things that are new to the budget, like the deferred maintenance, for example. That deferred maintenance, most of that is captured in this, in the proposed budget for 19 and 20. That amount that's in the operating fund would not be there next year. So there's a piece of it. And then the additional revenues that we talked about in food and beverage, potentially for next year. Again, example, just purely example, don't hold me to it, is say Matador Companies makes a profit of $500,000 compared to the budget. Well, based on that sliding scale that's in the contract, they get half of that, and the association gets half of that. That $250K, that any type of bonus like that or surplus like that is not budgeted for. And then general surpluses. If we were to, for example, this year to finish $20,000 in the black or versus red, then that $20,000 would also be something that is applicable wherever we want to put it, potentially towards deficit recovery. So that was part of the strategy behind the backloading, because there are some potential things coming out of the budget in 2021, such as the chunk of the deferred maintenance that is budgeted for this coming year wouldn't have to be done the following year. All right. If there's nothing else, we can begin to get into the various pieces of the puzzle. And sort of what we did last week with the Budget and Finance Committee. If you'll turn to tab 2, tab 2.1, General Administration. And from changes that were made last week, I don't know that we have updated all of our sheets yet, but we'll point out things that were changed as a part of that conversation last week. Interest charge, you'll see that is down some from the 2019 budget. That's line item 318. Interest income is up $100,000 from that's line 331. Again, that's due to our changes in our investment strategies and us earning a lot more money than what we used to. Line 470 was accounting fees. See that big difference there, the 262,000 down to the 42.5. Again, that's where the forensic audit funding was located. Legal fees, that is a number that we have changed upward to, what was it, 125? So that's a change from last week. And that 125, that $50,000 difference is included in the 982 number. Line 684, election and referendums. You'll see that we've added $10,000 to that from 2019 budget. That is in order to conduct a referendum on a variety of issues. The one being the one recommended from ARC, that we consider a method of changing the bylaws and covenants to allow for a fine assessed charges approach to violations of the covenants and rules and regulations. I'll comment separately that when we get to CPI, the ARC, if you recall from their memo to the board, that they also suggested that we increase one of the part-time individuals to full-time or add another part-time inspector to CPI. That we have not done at this point in time. I agree that we need to get there to that point, but I was sort of progressively here with, let's get the referendum accomplished first, before we add to the payroll part there. And then, of course, line 694, 50th anniversary, that was last year, so that part is done. That freed up that $15,000 to be incorporated somewhere else in the budget. Um, 2.2 is where you have the revenue details.
I have a question on,
Yes, sir.
just on the legal. On the legal fees, the projection this year is already 150,000, and we're only budgeting 125 for next year. Is that really sufficient?
I was going to say, I just looked at legal expenses this morning for Treasurer Viola, and I think the legal expenses were incurred pretty heavy in the first half of the year. It's actually trended down the last couple months, so I think 150 is very conservative for this year. So I think we had some anomalies this year that we're hoping not to have next year.
So, and we are tracking it, and Steve, you are doing a very good job on it. For the budget that we are addressing today, with the contracts, with everything coming into play for this fiscal budget, has that all been taken into account of what would be needed by legal? I just want to see some type of detail as opposed to just a number saying, hey, we had this number for the last 4 years. Do we have some type of, you know, points, just bullet points or whatever on what we believe? I just want to see something.
Right.
I was going to say, Steve provided.
As guidance.
Yeah, I know it's guidance.
I don't want to keep saying that.
No, actually, you know, what Steve sent out this morning was interesting. 38%, was it 38% of the legal fees were attributed to
Mediacom.
the Mediacom
Yep.
contract negotiation.
Yep.
So arguably that goes away.
Right.
And therefore, you know, and where are we right now? Like just under 90K?
Right at about 90K.
Yeah, right at about 90K. So, and we're closing in on, you know, we'll certainly, based on, I don't think he's doing some work with the North Star contract. He's going to be doing some work if we move forward with.
Exactly. That, I'm just looking for bullet points.
Yeah, and
we
those-
should have
those are-
something in there as opposed to just a number.
Yeah,
just
that
some
would
type
be
of
this year.
assumptions. Guidance.
And I'm, unless anybody, you know, personally knowing at least what I know right now, and it's not everything, but I think that's a reasonable number at 125. Hopefully we'll come in far less than that because our demands for legal, but of course, you know, that's ad hoc too. You never know when a lawsuit pops up or some
That's
other
right.
complaint that requires some
But
legal
all that
guidance
should be
comes up.
factored in there with assumptions.
So I think 125
and
is a pretty,
estimates.
you
Okay.
know, well-represented number for what we understand right now.
Okay.
One other comment on that, conversations with council for our size entity in HOAs, their advice was in that 100 to 125 range on an annual basis, that we've been low, and so, but that's a typical spend for a large scale. And so we, based upon what Doug and Steve were just saying about the 90 or so, given that, we went to that high end of what the council was.
Yeah, that's right. All I'm asking is that when you open the folder, all those assumptions and estimates are in there, or even feedback from legal. And I did ask them at the annual meeting, that's when it was discussed, when I asked them what is normal for that. Again, where it's coming from. All I'm saying is to have that in there so that when we do have questions on legal next year or any other item like that, at least we can say, okay, well, we planned for this in this amount, and now it's coming in on that. So we have an explanation. Their assumptions, their estimates, that's all I'm asking for, as opposed to just a number. Exactly, with assumptions, estimates, it'll help when the analysis or when we get questions next year, and to also help us going forward with budgets. That's all I'm asking.
Anything else on general administration at the moment?
I had a question regarding line 504, contract services. We had projected, at least for 2019, to be at 143. Now you're dropping it down to 99. Are we sure that we are taking into consideration, I guess, the, changes in our structure that's gonna require contract services? Because if I'm told that that number is inclusive of some IT contract services and BDK. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the 143 number that we estimate for this year actually includes some of the pre-software work that we had our consultant working on, Len Smith. So I removed that piece. The assumption is that potential consulting expenses related to the new software, we would hopefully be able to include that with the capital project. So really that 99 just gives you a straight operating expenses related to any outsourcing that we'd have with BDK.
You know, like project manager, that was, we were gonna put that in the project cost.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because if you look across historically, starting with the actuals back in 2016, that number kind of fluctuates quite a bit.
Right.
So that kind of caught my eye and basically say, are we
Yeah.
comfortable? I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying, are we comfortable that that'll be enough for what we believe we need at this point?
I think we need at least that amount. You know, I would look at 16 as more of a comparable, because then once you come into 17 and 18 is when we started expending a lot of the consulting expenses related to the software contract. So that's pretty much in line with 16, which I was looking at as a reasonable number.
Okay.
Question. Where do we capture any potential project manager and additional consulting support for North Star?
Yeah, it's factored into the capital. I'm
Oh, is it
sorry.
on? Oh,
It
is.
should be, yeah, it doesn't,
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
see, it's like, it's got a short in it. It's in the costing analysis that we put together, so it would be part of the capital.
Capital piece.
Capital spend.
Anything else there? Okay, move on to tab 3. Which, by the way, I don't like the title General Manager's Office. I thought it would be Admin Office or something. Administration, perhaps. Anyway, big jump there was the payroll expense. That has been fully budgeted this year versus last year. That's the fully loading that into the budget. Because last year, even though it was approved, we didn't have an amount approved in the budget for that position. So, that's really the only thing that changed, is the fully budgeting the HR position in there.
JB, I'm sorry, it was a little hard for me to hear it. So I know last week we spoke about the position or possibly looking at a position. We got input from association members, whatever. In this, what you have today, and I just heard about the HR, there is a position for HR?
Yeah, again, the position was approved last year by the board.
As
but
a
we
part-time.
didn't. Right, but we didn't fund it.
Right,
And
that's
so
right.
this cycle, obviously, that number shows up as a fund.
Okay, yep.
In
Understood it.
looking at the, Steve, help me out, where was that spend allocated for?
For this year?
For current year.
Yeah, for the current year, I think we had contracted services in there at $21,000, but we've spent more to date on the part-time position. So we put the budget amount in there for next year at 30 hours at the going rate for a
So,
part-time position.
so Steve, it's still in there as a part-time, as a consultant, or is it? Okay,
It's
so the
not,
H-
it's in there as a part-time
Part-time
employee.
position,
Part-time
not
position.
full-time with
right.
benefits,
That's
it's
what I'm
30
hearing.
hours.
Okay, so, okay. And then as far as that position that was discussed last week, and you had received some feedback from different people, whether it was an assistant GM or whatever the title or whatever, has anything changed in what you're bringing forth today, or it's still nothing in there, or?
I'm not sure I'm following you yet, John.
So
Sorry.
last week, well, originally there was a discussion on an assistant GM and adding
Oh.
100,000.
Yeah,
I just
that-
want to
that is
clarify.
not in there.
Right, it's not in there. That's where I see it. Okay.
If you look at 3.3, just for example, on the contractual services piece in there, that's the ADP HR benefit module. That is something that's not covered by North Star, is the ADP and payroll piece. So that's separately, excuse me, in the operating budget there under the GM's office, the ADP piece.
Yeah, but we've carried that expense forever.
Right.
I mean, it's, you know, it's not separated out this year for anything different. It's-
right, no,
it's-
it was
It's
mo-
always been separate. No?
We've carried the ADP costs for the payroll piece in finance. This is different. This is the ADP HR benefits module.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's two different things. So the piece that's in finance for 16,000, 17,000 is actually what we pay them for the payroll that we utilize today.
All right. Anything else particularly on that one? Thank you. We'll move to tab 4, and that's Finance and Membership Department. Excuse me. Line 420 payroll, that's really involving, the increase there is involving IT. If you look on 4.2, you'll see the IT associate number going up and fully funding the part-time IT manager position. So we have added to that. Basically, what we'll end up with is a part-time IT manager in that 30-hour-a-week range that will manage the various contracts. Work with the project manager on managing North Star rollout and implementation, working with the county for the police department software and IT needs, working with the one other person who would be on the staff, that's sort of a IT associate, help desk type individual. Because we are so large and complex and we have a lot of different things, moving parts, we need a body to get to things immediately. But we're also looking to have this contractual arrangement to manage, to provide hardware services, not in-house. And I'll use an example. If we're going to buy hardware, which we are, for the North Star system, particularly food and beverage hardware, we're not going to purchase that directly by ourselves. We're going to have somebody purchase that, the same people who are going to be servicing that. That IT manager will also manage that aspect of it.
JB, if I may? So on something like that, we question, and definitely need it and fine, I'm not saying that. When we did the review of the software, when B&F reviewed the numbers, whether it was 9 months ago or whatever, was that type of expense included at that time?
It's included in our costs that
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if it was included, 9 months ago.
Right, Steve, was it included? Because I don't remember it.
No, I guess it's arguable how much of that portion of his incremental salary will be attributed to North Star versus other responsibilities as well.
So
But-
what, I'm just.
So no, it's-
No, okay, that's fine. That's the way I read. So it was not in there in any type of reviews. It's fine. I'm not saying
Yeah.
you don't need it. I'm glad to see that. It's kind of the guidance I was given that I didn't believe we had everything in there. The second part to that is this something just for now during the implementation, or is this an expense going forward that'll be steady state?
Expense going to,
Steady state going forward? Okay, great. I just want to make sure that's clear. That's fine. Okay.
I've got a question, JB. So, JB, in looking at 4.2, at the other positions other than the IT associate and this part-time IT manager, I see some increases, in the payroll, And is that attributed to level setting the positions based on the payroll study?
Yeah, it's a combination of any pay study adjustments, as well as the 2% merit pool.
Yeah, so to get into the specifics, the larger increases that you see on here are pretty much the pay study in IT and, some of the other areas.
And one could assume that's across the board as we go through all the other departments, that pretty much that's all factored in, that pay study?
Correct.
adjustment.
Pay study's in here for 128,000, so, a portion of that is that, and then the 2%'s in there at about 80,000 that represents.
Okay.
Which is the merit.
All right.
And then on the, I'm having a hard time talking today. The insurance piece, that's where you're going to see that incorporation of that 10% factor from their insurance providers.
One other quick question, just to make sure I'm clear. Is the project manager for the implementation of North Star in here or not in here?
Not in here.
Okay.
That would be, we would intend to capitalize that.
Okay.
Let me just address the pay study for a second, okay? So I just picked one of the numbers here at random. And if you look at the increase, 2020 over 2019, it's 14.6%. So there's a couple of things that come to mind when you increase somebody's salary 14.6%. First, I think in those cases, and I think it's up to us to decide as a board from a policy standpoint, I don't think 14.6% plus 2% is justifiable to the majority of our homeowners. I do believe we have to be fair and equitable with our employees, but we have to be fair and equitable also with our homeowners. So 14.6, and you add 2% on that, take somebody up, that's like a promotion. That's a promotion, okay? Second thing, just to get a grasp on it from a policy standpoint, the pay study, what I think we need to do is say, okay, here's a range. So, typically, if somebody makes $100,000 a year, the range for that position would not atypically be $75,000 to $125,000. So are we moving people up to the midpoint of the range automatically based on the pay study? And I think we have to look at that, okay?
Keep going.
Second thing, although it's a tough thing to manage, and again, it's an element of fairness, in the organization you have people that are performing extremely well in relationship to a bell curve, and you have people not performing well. I think that if somebody's performing well, and all the information that we have is that over the years, we've fallen out of bed in terms of being competitive, I would say by all means, increase that salary. But I also want to see evidence of a performance evaluation that shows that that person's performance is at least justifies the midpoint of that range. And I think that's a policy we should set as a board. And that's part of the overall element of what I call fairness and being equitable to everybody. Because, if you look at the demographics of our community, not a heck of a lot of people in Ocean Pines that pay assessments are going to get a 14% increase this year.
Let me just, actually, in JB, I did not speak to Frank before the meeting. First of all, BNF agrees with, and basically gave guidance on basically almost everything Frank just said. So we're pretty much in line with that. I know there was a lot to be done on this, to try to catch up for other years, but those are all points also made by BNF.
Any other questions on this section? Hey, Frank, just to well, we can talk about it later, you know, sort of the philosophy of, you know, do we recommend, and I'm thinking while I'm talking because it's a question, do we recommend as a policy to the operational environment from the board that we try to sort of manage to the midpoints as a way to do cost containment, if you will, or something like that? I don't know, because at what point, again, with the across the threshold of the board being involved in the operational aspects? And I don't know the answer to that. So I think we probably ought to, you know, socialize a little bit more and see if we can come up with something more palatable, because, and obviously with guidance from BNF and from the human resources folks as well.
Right. And I missed it, and on Frank's point about the performance reviews or ratings, we also brought that up. I didn't see a part of that in there, and I would have expected to see that. So I agree with Frank.
I think from a policy standpoint, Doug, yeah, we should socialize it, and, I mean, it's going to require more than our comments here, but, you know, a long time ago when I graduated from school, I went into a company that had 125,000 people, and this was the rule. If you did not have a performance evaluation in place for your employees at the end of the year, you were excluded from merit increases and any bonuses. End of story from the board. And I think we get into these situations, and you know, more generally, if you look at anything, salary, deferred maintenance, we don't have policies, so we don't do it. When we don't do it, eventually it raises up and it bites us. And this is a case right here where somebody's saying, we have a big problem. And I'm not diminishing the problem. It's a problem if you're paying somebody that's qualified and capable a lot less than somebody within the same driving distance. That's a problem that we have to address, because we have to manage this place well. And I think it's our job to put the policies in place to make sure it's managed well, consistently over time. And I think that's what this falls into.
Jeff, go ahead. Use the microphone.
Keep in mind that if you're trying to correct a problem in payroll, if we've been shorting payroll over the years and you're trying to correct it, if you apply the current thinking to ranges, et cetera, you'll screw that up, okay? By definition, you're going to be out of the range if you're fixing the problem. I don't know how much exactly, but I wouldn't put too much emphasis on hitting the middle of the range, which I think is generally a good idea. If you're fixing the problem, it's not a good idea because it'll get you the wrong answer.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to the, you know, the application of the payroll study, what impact it has between the current salaries and the proposed salaries, and then at what point, it's almost like, and I'm thinking while I'm talking it, you know, I wonder if we apply, as we have, you know, the elements of the pay study, you know, to the salaries, and then see where we end up. And maybe the next iteration is to say, coupled with the performance evaluation, where do we need to be from, you know, a policy perspective at the board level, and then pass down to the operations folks, where do you need to be to keep high-performing individuals associated with the organization. So yeah, we're not going to answer that today, but I think that's going to be a very interesting discussion, and maybe collectively, I think we could come up with something that's, you know, very reasonable and supportable. In other words, Frank, to your point, you know, just because we didn't identify and, you know, don't do it doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. You know, meaning, you know, we have an opportunity to identify it. Let's put some tangible, you know, policy/operational aspects around it and see where we go. So, good, yeah, good point. Any other questions on Section 4? AB, move on to the next section then.
Okay. I have a question for the board. We had these broken out pretty much the same schedule as we used last week with the Budget and Finance Committee. The department heads are available, and we're planning on being here, but we've sort of moved way beyond ahead of schedule. So I don't know if we want to ratchet back or go ahead and talk about PR and marketing and golf and food and beverage? Or do we want to talk about certain other aspects that maybe are actually on the schedule for Wednesday? Let's talk about road reserve, drainage, and bulkhead reserves. Any?
Since I'm not going to be able to be here on Wednesday, if we can hit some of those items on that we would discuss
Okay.
Wednesday, I'd prefer
Everybody
to do
okay with
that.
that?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the things, and if, I don't know what's wrong with my tongue today,
Coffee, gotta get
I
coffee.
guess. The replacement capital reserve, I know we were updating that list based upon the conversations with Budget and Finance. Have we had a chance to finalize that new list and back up stuff? Yeah, I didn't tell you to bring copies for that today, but that part maybe we'll hold off on just a little bit. So Director Diller, if there are any pieces, particularly with replacement capital, suggest we hold off on that just a little bit until we can get the new copies of that list. But let's go ahead and talk about road reserve. And to department heads, as you're listing, if you can slip over early, we'll take it. Yeah, and if you, in addition to that, if you want to look at the PowerPoint presentation from Saturday, it's page 8 of the double sheet. You'll see the estimated starting balance on May 1, a little over $1 million. The estimated contribution of $347.5, that's for the road reserve, that's our casino funds as well as interest. And then, so the total reserve expenditures of $1.253. The slide right below that is a listing of the roads. I have a separate listing here for you of that. Make sure I keep one this time so they don't disappear on me. Vista Design had that breakdown. That's a total of $633,150 is the estimated cost there. You see the roads listed, the road length, the square footage. It's a 1.5 inch thick overlay, and all the different unit costs, asphalt, et cetera. Additional maintenance costs, those are for a lot of little things that aren't part of the actual paving itself, where you're blending things into driveways along the way, and we're a little bit of landscaping, that type of thing, additional costs here and there for each one of those roads, and then the cost per square foot. So that's where that $633,000 come from. Everybody's always interested in knowing, is my road on that list? So that's part of it. The other half of that, yes, sir.
I got a question. So I'm just under the, I think, general assumption that none of this work would start until May 1.
Correct.
Okay.
We have some paving going on between now and the end of April, some parking lots, that type of thing. We'll go back to the roads after May 1, but once the budget is adopted, we can begin RFPs and contracting for those things. The other big chunk of this is $620,000 related to pipes. And I'll give you a little more detailed sheet on that one. The pipes are at Cathell Road and Ocean Parkway. at Borderlinks Condominium and at Mumford's Way. Mumford's Way is actually 4 pipes. We've got about $100,000 of that 620 is for engineering and permitting. Various costs there, Cathal and Ocean Parkway estimated $176,000, Borderlinks Condominium $99,000, and then $245,000 for the pipes at Mumford's Way. Mumford's Way is the one I like to use as a little more detailed example. These are the pipes that go under the road where you're going ingress and egress on the way over to the yacht club. And this past summer, we got a phone call. It never happened, things like this never happen on Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. They happen on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock. We got a report of a sinkhole on the, going in towards Mumford's Way, and it wasn't to the side of the road. It was basically in the middle of the road. I happened to get there first after hours on a Friday, and so I stood out beside the sinkhole for about 30 minutes until the real help arrived with things to fix it with. But those pipes, the egress side, those had actually started collapsing a while back, and we repaired those, not replaced them. And then on the ingress side, those are starting to give away, and that happened a couple times this past year. So again, it's big expense, and you could almost refer to it as deferred maintenance, but we need to get at those, and that takes big money. And again, the road reserve is allowed to be used for drainage projects, particularly when it impacts the roads. Obviously, these 3 do, and it's a big chunk of change. So two things to look at with regard to this, and you'll see why I wanted to talk about road reserve first, because it leads right into the drainage piece, is this 620,000 plus the 633. So you got 633 of paving, and you got 620 of engineering, permitting, and pipes related to drainage coming from the road reserve. The road reserve, again, backing up a page, estimated imbalance of April 30th, 2020 is 143.5. And then you've got the casino funds going back into that. So if you wanted to look at it, you got 143.5 plus another 347. So you're close to $500,000 available for the next cycle in dealing with roads.
So the question would be, looking forward, this just-in-time expenditure kind of mirrors what we talk about the bulkheads. We don't want to take in more than we actually spend. We have a plan, to expend that money in a certain time frame. When we get down to an projected ending balance of 143K, how do we, and well, I guess, we'll certainly get the 347 as casino funds, but what's the following year? How do we fund the reserves in FY21, okay? And what impact is that going to have, on the assessment? We may not have the answer right now, but I would ask to give that some consideration, because I'm not saying we shouldn't do this. I just think we should be cognizant of next, not fiscal 20, but fiscal 21, okay? So, in other words,
Yep.
My question would be,
What's the long-term plan for roads?
well, let's say, we identified, $630,000 worth of repairs. As we look out in the subsequent year, can we look out far enough, maybe at least a year in advance, to say, hey, we're probably going to spend around $500,000 on the following road? So I think that would help us try to kind of frame, what we should look at in consideration for, the assessments and the contributions to road reserves for FY21.
Yep.
A couple of suggestions and comments, I guess, and particularly with roads. Let me start with this. I think that we have been advised by the BNF committee a number of times that when the state of Maryland withheld their money, I think it was $500,000 a year, that we did not fund our road reserves to make up for that loss. Okay, number one, it's fact. I think what we should do, and what I'm recommending that we do at the top level, is retain somebody like Vista Design, and I think we need a 5-year road plan. This is what we're planning on paving over the next 5 years. Because I think one thing that, when we're trying to attack all the stuff that's deferred and that has lapsed over the years, I think one thing that folks don't want to do is get a continued series of unexpected increases in their assessment that are unpredictable, okay? So I think we need a 5-year plan on roads. Second of all, and it's more of a, this falls into our oversight, and it's going to impact a number of areas in certainly what I'm requesting, and it's my opinion. I don't know at the operations level how they track projects, but I know at the board level, in our monthly meetings, we don't have any information. We get budget variances, and you know, if somebody's supposed to be whacking weeds and they're filling stones, we don't know. And if it's a 0 variance, we walk away thinking everything's good. We're fat, dumb, and happy. On all these major projects, and I'm familiar with programs, and I know Ted has in his business probably used them, there's at the operation level, which the board has nothing, I'm not suggesting any board involvement at the operation level. They use programs like Timberline, Microsoft Project, and they can tell you if they're supposed to be striping in front of my house on what day. We don't need that. What we do need on a monthly basis in the GM report for all these major things is planned and actual based on activity and expenditure.
Okay, I have to agree with Frank. I'd like to see the game plan, the short-term and the long-term game plan. Where I felt a little frustration on the board level is exactly what Frank said. I don't know where we're at with, it's like a crapshoot. Are we doing this? Did we do this? We were supposed to do this. So I would like to see that implemented, as well as I like the idea of a 5-year plan, if we can, to take away the shock to the homeowners. We're raising assessments again. Sometimes people just like to be prepared for it. They understand it. They may not like it, but they can understand it. But I'm really tied into what Frank said as far as I'd like to see a little bit more where you're not getting 15 phone calls. Where are we at on a monthly basis on different projects? And if we aren't on the timeline that you said, just tell us why. Let us have that understanding. I think that's important.
Yeah, and especially the red, yellow, green on a Microsoft project, with all the projects that we're being told will be executed, it's a tool that must be there. I don't know how you do it without it. The question, I totally agree with Frank and Esther, but what I would add there is, JB, Steve, do you have the resource that you need to do that? And I'm not just talking about the software. Microsoft Project will certainly, I don't know Timberline, but I've always used Microsoft Project. Do you have what's needed to do this? Because it's a tool that it's a must, to be honest with you. You don't have the resource.
Do you have the software, or you do?
Well, the Microsoft, God, I'm sorry, Steve.
I think we have Microsoft Project or access to that, but yeah, in terms of preparing that deliverable, I mean, outside of the GM report showing, I mean, we do have a plan versus actual based on what's budgeted, but we don't have any detail in terms of.
What specifically, you know,
You need it.
I think I understand what you're looking for, and that is, you know.
It's to help you.
know,
It's to help you.
It's easy enough to present numbers, but
That's
what
right.
is that, what story does that tell?
Right.
And that's what I hear you asking is, okay, we plan to do, you know, here's our road project. We've got these, I forget how many numbers of roads it is, and, you know, where are we? What did we accomplish in this month? And what was our spend this month on that, and what's the plan next? Is that?
I think. There we go. Okay. I think Microsoft Project is something that, because we use it also in my office, I do think it's a tool that you have that would simplify life a little bit. I'm just going to use, based on, I watched all the videos, you know, the police department, so we budgeted $50,000 last year to have the work done. The work wasn't done. So instead of getting to the year going, what happened to that? During the process, it'd be good to understand hey, listen, I know we're supposed to start the police department, we didn't, and here's why. It takes away a lot of frustration. And ultimately, that frustration unfortunately hits you, you know? But it does take away a lot of the frustration, and using Microsoft Project is a way that you can really organize. Again, I hate to use that word, I'm not saying you're not organized, but it's a way to organize yourselves. More for you guys than even for anybody else.
Okay.
Well, I think whether you're dealing with roads or whether it's North Star, whether it's drainage, even whether it's normal business plans, getting these fires while they're small is a lot better than fighting them when they're big. And this helps fulfill our responsibility for oversight, which in the past, quite frankly, hasn't been done.
Right. And with all the construction and everything going on, I really believe you need this tool to help you with it, and especially for us to explain, use Frank, what he's saying about oversight. I know I will be asked about variations where we are, or even Steve, and it would definitely help to answer the questions that is desperately needed here to control cost. Is it on? It is. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, we'll get closer.
Yeah, agreed in concept. Let's, as a board, basically say, here's what we need. We're very interested in getting a status update. How you go about providing that is up to you. All right, we do need an update on a fairly regular basis, whether it's monthly or a different, iteration. At the end of the day, I don't want to force anything down anybody's throat, just a requirement to say, hey, we'd really like to, as we're looking at the budget, I know we all go through the monthly budget numbers, and, how does that tie back to the status, of an ongoing project? I know there's been spend on that area. Is the spend commensurate with, the things like, in real life, we hold back, especially on a big project. The billing comes up, hey, you got 20% of the work done, and you're asking me for 50% of the money? Not going to happen. Okay, I hold back on vendors. I go, when you get 50% of the project completed, then I'll start thinking about paying you the 50% of the money. I'm not doing it up front. You're not going to walk away with a half-done project. So the idea of tying back the status, to the expense line, really is something that we want to at least have an aware of. Not that we're managing it. It's just treated as information as we go through decision making. So
right. And Doug, and I understand you're not sure what you termed, I don't want to ram it down your throat or whatever. From the CFO, from a finance perspective, we need it in order to have oversight, to know when something is, whether it's red, yellow, green, and for us to be able to explain on a monthly or quarterly basis where we are with all these construction costs. It's needed.
And I got to go with John, and I agree. I'm not shoving down Microsoft Project. I was just giving an example on that. But what I am really I am very insistent on is I do want it monthly. I don't think you can, we can really evaluate things quarterly. I think it has to, everything here moves fast or slow. You got two directions in this town. It's either really fast or really slow.
I might debate that.
Yeah, we got really fast, really slow. But I really am somewhat insistent that I would like to see it monthly, just so my own headspace. Again, how you deliver it, completely up to these guys.
Yeah, let's get back to the budget implications. Maybe, is it fair to say the takeaway would be if they need a resource in order to do that, to suggest that they add that into the budget to make sure they've got what they need? I would think.
Well, something, right, they definitely need to be able to review all the construction, all the projects with something like Microsoft Project, something that gives us red, yellow, green, that I'll be able to explain the variations and that we can monitor to make sure construction costs or whatever on these projects, software, whatever, are not out of control, and we can identify it, like Frank said, in the beginning and not down the road. And I believe Esther's saying the same.
Yeah, and maybe to summarize, the BNF committee and the board would probably not frown on a request, for that kind of resource.
Right, and the CFO is saying that that's really a requirement.
We're okay.
I would suggest that, not frown on it, Doug, I would suggest the board wants this activity reporting. I don't care what tool you use.
Right.
But it's a management tool. And more importantly, we set once a month, and it enables the CFO to talk about variances. It enables us to understand project tracking. But there's a basic truism. If you don't have those tools and you're not using those tools, you're not managing the place to the best of your ability. And that's what we have to insist on.
That's right.
All right, well, let's get back to the budget side of this. I think we're all in agreement conceptually, and let's move on to more of the budget things associated with reserves.
Anything else on road reserve? All right, I'm going to use the road conversation to lead into drainage. From that $620,000 for pipes from road reserve. In addition to that, there's a lot included in the operating budget for drainage. From the PowerPoint presentation the other day, if you look at page 4, the top half of that, where it talks about drainage. The current budget includes a total of, the current year, fiscal year budget, has a total of $117,000 for drainage included. That's about $31,500 for materials and another $85,000 for labor as it's currently structured within the budget. The proposed budget for drainage is $914,000. Now, $620 of that, so 2/3 of it, is the pipes that we just talked about coming from the road reserve. We still have the $31,500 for materials, $118,000 for labor, and then the two new pieces really are $20,000 for engineering and $125,000 for contracted labor for the preventive maintenance piece. Let me talk about the engineering for a moment. I brought them with me today. I think I've used them enough as an example of our drainage maps that we have. They were provided to us many, many years ago. They have little black arrows on them. The only part that we have actually additional generated in technology format was sections 2 and 3 that we did a few years ago. We do have those GIS. And but other than that, there are a lot of small things to be engineered. I gave the example the other day about at the member hearing that, for example, we've got an area not too far from here where we have drainage coming from Ocean Parkway, Sandy Hook, and a couple other streets down to one drainage channel. Whereas if we went and did a little bit of engineering work and alleviated all of that going into one drainage channel, and instead of moving it to 2 or 3 perhaps, we might not have much of a problem in that existing drainage channel. So that's a little thing for engineering work. Again, I go back to the bigger picture. With 80 miles of roadside ditches, 80 miles of roads, that's 160 miles of roadside ditches, plus all the other ditches, in between houses, behind houses, and our main drainage channels that we have running throughout the community. Those arrows on those old maps might have been good 50 years ago before we had all the houses built on the properties. Some have increased their fill on the property when they built the house. Some did not. All sorts of things that created differences from what those original perfect drainage was laid out as. It's considerably different now. So what we really need to get to is what if we were coming in and laying out the community now for drainage, what changes would there be to that plan? Some changes would be significant, some changes would be minor. And that's why I say with regard to engineering, some of them are short-term, things that we can get out and discover that we already know. And then there are some other long-term considerations for drainage engineering. What do we do, if anything, can we do about areas that have no easement currently? Perhaps nothing. And there will be many areas where engineering would have to say that, well, we can't touch that area anymore because it's an environmental consideration, or the county, obviously there's coordination with the county on this as well. There are other pieces to the drainage puzzle for Ocean Pines that are really large. Like, what if we, again, just throwing out an idea here. What about increasing the size of, Bainbridge retention pond? Might that need to be enlarged, taking up more of the park space? And there will be people that won't want to get rid of the park space. Not the Southgate Pond itself, but the other retention pond that's sort of hidden behind the trees between Catholic Road and the other part of the community, back behind the library and that area. is there a possibility of increasing that to drain off more water? Those are questions that I don't have an answer to right now, but those are engineering questions. On how we get at some of the larger drainage questions of the association. So there's engineering money there. And then the other piece is $125,000 for contracted labor. This is to get at the preventive maintenance of all those ditches. As I've outlined that program, it's similar to a program I rolled out at Brandermill for open space cleanup, which is something else we ought to look at. But the idea in mind is that we have a contracted crew beginning a process of going in and clearing and cleaning the drainage ditches, and we basically divide the association into 4 areas. Area 1 being from the North Gate to Whitehorse Park, and then from Whitehorse Park around to the underpass, and then the underpass around to Manklin Creek, and Manklin Creek out to the point. And you come in the first Monday of the month, and you start at the North Gate, you turn left on Brandenburg Wood, you start there in those ditches alongside the road, and you work the drainage ditches in there for a week, and then you move to past Whitehorse Park for the second Monday, and then the third Monday, again around to the south side, and the fourth on out to the point. You start working it, and you come back. And the reason why to break it up into 4s, you can imagine if we start at the point or Brandenburg Wood, either direction, and we don't move around a little bit, we won't end up at the point for 5 years, even just going straight through. So the idea is, again, I think everybody could tell you, we haven't been maintaining, been able to get at preventive maintenance of our drainage ditches because we're so busy dealing with the work orders that come from storm events and whatnot, and the other work that the Public Works Department has going on. In addition to that, we do have identified the 1 to 2 dozen areas that we know that we do go to conduct some preventive maintenance on, because those are the areas that produce a problem all the time. The other piece, I'll tie this back into engineering, and I'll use an example from one of the municipalities that I worked for, that we had a sewage flow over problem back up. And if it occurs once in a while, okay, that's one thing. If it occurs every 2 weeks in that particular location, all right, something's different there that we need to go a little bit further on than just fixing the problem immediately. Let's find out what the actual problem is. We're solving the symptom, but we're not getting at the problem. A lot of these areas where we have identified, these are our pressure point issues when we have a storm that we know we need to go out and prep that area. Well, that's an engineering problem probably to fix that problem permanently so we don't have to go back there. So you've got preventive maintenance, you've got strategic planning to get at solving the problems and not just the symptoms. And that's money that we haven't spent before.
Just unrelated FYI to let everybody know that Director Maroney just texted me. He's on the conference bridge now in case we want to include Ted in any conversations or questions.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, there we go.
Turn up your volume there. You good now? Ted, say something so we confirm your, okay, gotcha.
Gotcha.
All right, thank you. Any comments, questions?
I just have a question about the materials cost. If you're spending roughly $250,000 more in labor, how do the materials remain the same? The materials costs remain the same?
The material cost is really in relation to our internal work that we've been doing. That internal piece wouldn't change a whole lot. The contracted labor is more their supplies to do that cleanup work.
JB, I got a question. Just, I would think that the association membership would want to know this $125,000 in contracted labor, that's going to be used for crews to come around to the different streets, clear obstructions, dig out the ditches a little bit deeper when they need to be, and so on and so forth, right? I mean, That's what that's for.
That would be a contracted service. We would RFP that, or hire contracted labor versus internal staff. And again, that goes that phased approach in those 4 different areas throughout.
Yeah,
And that would be, if hopefully that reduces the number of work orders as we go through. That's the plan. And eventually, the idea would be that contracted labor force, once we've done the whole loop of 300-plus miles of ditches and got us back to square one, then we can ratchet that contracted labor back or not, and you just outsource that whole aspect of things. We need an internal labor force for dealing with, okay, we got a storm coming up, let's go deal with the things that we know about, and/or when we have a storm and we get the additional work orders in, then we've got a group that's ready to go deal with those issues. Anything else on drainage at the moment? Sure.
Yeah, I think, I mean, technically, it's a board meeting, but certainly, I think it's important enough to have some questions from the membership. So, yes, Joe, go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned increasing the size of Bainbridge Park. Can we assume you're talking about the surface area as opposed to depth?
Yeah, or whatever engineering would come up. I wouldn't imagine you can go deeper.
Well, we could dig it down to the core of the earth, and it wouldn't make any difference in the surface level.
I don't think you can do that, so I would imagine it's expansion of the size of it versus the depth of it.
Well, you know.
But again, that's just, again, Mr. Reynolds, that's just one idea. I mean, how do we get at the bigger piece of the drainage?
Yeah, I agree, but, you know.
Those properties that are right there next to Bainbridge Park, when that pond is overflowing,
I've been there, I've seen it.
there's a bigger issue. Let me just say this. Recently, when we had storms and we had the high tides and the nor'easter, so everything was pushing back, and the river and affected River Run, which is the outfall for sections 2 and 3, for example. Well, if the Bainbridge Park pond water has nowhere to go because it's the push from the other side, even the yards of the houses that don't have a ditch right there beside Bainbridge Park, they get flooded. And how do you deal with that problem?
I'm no drainage expert, but I have to believe you probably have to, if you want to make any meaningful impact in a 25-year storm, you'd have to cover the entire area of Ocean Pines over there to make a difference.
Yeah, maybe we just do a bubble.
But, and the pond behind the library, that small pond, I believe that drains right into, directly into the upper end of Manklin Creek there, which would have no impact on anything in any drainage in Ocean Pines, as far as I can know. This idea of working weekly in all areas, that's another one I have to question. It sounds good, but the issue is that we know where the problems are. I say we, Ocean Pines, the Public Works, they know where the main problems are. We haven't solved the main problems, much less looking at every area of Ocean Pines. The emphasis should be on the primary problems. The street I live on, for example, is probably typical of many in Ocean Pines. There may be some minor issues around there, but we shouldn't be spending our resources on areas that are not going to have a major impact. I'd also like to see the board of directors suggest to the general manager that when the board is doing any of these discussions about drainage, that we have the people here who are actually in the field know what's going on there. For example, Eddie Wells, there's a gentleman from the county that is in Ocean Pines almost every day, who's an expert on drainage. There's Jim Bunning, who is a drainage expert, who has offered his services and done a lot for Ocean Pines in the past, saving us hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million or more. I'd like to see him present so that the board can ask questions of people who know the actual work. Drainage is an issue, but and how we approach it is important. And I don't think this board of directors has enough information. 7 people on this board have enough information to make a decision about any of this stuff. And with all respect to our general manager, I don't believe he's a drainage expert. He's hearing, you're getting information second, third hand. I think you ought to be getting the information directly from those on the ground. It's too important an issue. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, so,
Actually, I do. Let me make this from the CFO and everything. In BF, we've always given guidance, and even last year, to the GM to have the department heads for these type of presentations. This is board, and I'm fine with it, but I thought they were going to be here. Will they be here?
Yeah, they are coming. This
They are
particular piece right now is because it's only 10:30 and we're ahead of the schedule. And so we thought we'd talk about a little bit about these certain reserves. But as we get into those individual pieces of the budget, they will be here, certainly.
okay.
I think in the same way that we're asking for a plan for the roads, I think it would be really helpful if we had a 5-year plan on drainage, where we could see a plan, we could see what are the real critical points where there are problems, and that could be incorporated into the whole package of the drainage effort in the Pines.
I would agree. I mean, I think the idea of this, the plan and measuring the execution goes for all these major projects. Okay?
All right, so no more questions on drainage. What was the next item we wanted to cover? Bulkhead.
Bulkhead. From the PowerPoint presentation for a summary of that, page 9 of the bifold sheets at the bottom, bulkhead reserve. Obviously, I don't have the summary of the. Do you have that page that has the 3 contracts for the stuff we're working on now? Anyway, the estimated balance at the end of this year, and with the work that we currently have under contract and another contract that we expect to have in place for February through April, will leave us a balance of 1.6 million. Excuse me, would leave us a balance of 1.6 million in the bulkhead reserve starting the new fiscal year. The estimated contribution is only 22.5. That's the interest. Again, the $19 has been waived for the current year even. That would continue to be waived in the next cycle, as well as the individual property lot assessment for bulkhead owners. That would be waived. The reason why is now we have data enough to back it up and not just make it a subjective decision. With the expenditures that we have proposed of 1.6 million, which I've got a detailed sheet on that. And what you're going to see is a list of bulkhead projects that total more than the 1.6. The first 2 pages total 1.2 million, and the third page adds another 490 to it. So we have a 1.7 million to get at that we'd like to be able to do, but one, we wouldn't have enough money to do it all, and 2, this is based upon the new pricing. And when we put it all out to bid, we'll see what those bids come back as. But our projected expenditures are 1.6, and that would leave us, and that includes another $20,000 that we did change as a result of the conferring with B&F committee. We added $20,000 to the expenditures for dredging. And so that would pretty much wipe out our bulkhead reserve balance at the end of April 30th, 2020. And then going into the following year, the $19 would be back in, as well as the assessment for the bulkhead property owners. There is a question, all right, what you're looking at expenditure-wise, going back to these multiple year plans. The reserve study has us in the $1 million range for future expenditures, pretty much averaged out, and that may mean a slight increase in the bulkhead assessment portion of the assessment, but it may not include that. But definitely the 19 would come back next year, as well as a contribution by everybody would come back in, as well as the contribution that would have to be made by the bulkhead property owners. But that would be in for 20 and 21.
So, JB, can I jump in?
Couple
Go ahead.
seconds. So yeah, along the same question that I asked for road reserves, when we get to the balance that low, let's make sure we understand the impact in the following and 1 or 2 fiscal years as that, as we build that reserve fund back up. And I just got a text from Ted. He wanted to ask a question. Ted, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, JB, we had only done less than $500,000 worth of work on bulkheads through the month of November, which means we'd have to do 1.1 million from November to April. So, one, I think that's overly aggressive to get to the 1.6, and I think we're going to be closer to 400 when we get done at the end of the year in the reserves, which means if we add 800 to it, we're good for another year. But we really need to have a plan that says in 3 years, because I ran some calculations on this, which I think I sent to everybody on the board. In 3 years, we don't want to have a huge jump in the assessment portion here, but we would need to increase by about $100,000 a year over the next 3 years so that the amount we're collecting each year is pretty close to being equal to the amount we're spending. If the spend's going to be 1.1 million and we basically depleted this account, we need to be bringing 1.1 million in. So I think we ought to look at this as having thinking ahead, a 3-year plan where we're going to increase from, say, 800,000 a year to 1.1 a year by 2023, and let everybody know how that's going to work going forward. That way it's no surprise and it's phased in, and it basically, this is kind of a break-even fund going forward. And then the one other quick question on this, is it possible for somebody to email the board members who aren't there all of these handouts and updates, because I'm working off of just our budget book, which doesn't have all of these breakdowns on it that everybody else has got. So I'd appreciate that maybe at lunchtime. Thanks.
All right.
Esther first.
Esther, go ahead.
You know what, JB, I think what this comes down to, every section we're going through, we keep going back to addressing the future years. I think the bottom line to all these sections of the budget that we're talking about is we can't just look at this year. For the good of the community, we have to really do this maybe a little bit different than we've done in the past and go out 3 to 5 years. One, again, just setting the expectation with the community. Nobody likes surprises. Right. So I think that's key to what we're doing in every section of this budget.
Instant replay. I mean,
Go first.
I would grudgingly accept 3. I'd prefer to have 5 years planning.
Be flexible, Frank.
John.
Well, it's actually easy for me now, and basically what Ted said was what I was going to state, is that we have to look over the last year plus next year in this current budget, because there could be a higher effect in the next budget with what we're doing. But everything that Ted said, along with Frank and Esther, was the points I was going to make.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Colette?
Is there a contingency amount in there for if we have unexpected failure of bulkheads like we had with that wood duck problem with the wormholes?
Can't hear you.
Do we have a contingency built in for unexpected failure of bulkheads that are not on the replacement list? Do we need to worry about that?
What was your thought?
I don't think we have a contingency specifically earmarked, but I guess based on Ted's analysis there, I think we're pretty conservative in the work that we have in there at this point for the next 2 years. So if an emergency did come about, you know, I don't feel that we'll be fully drained by the end of next year.
As another aspect of that, as the contracts get rolled out for these projects, the list that you have on there, some of them are actually replace, others are evaluate. So some of those, you know, we may be able to do something that's different than just a full-blown replacement for those that have the word evaluate on them. The other aspect of it is if something truly comes up and we're, you know, along the way, well, things that haven't been contracted yet, we may not be able to contract all of it based upon if something comes up and we had to spend, you know, $50,000 on this one that wasn't because it came up all of a sudden, or then that may mean that we have to just not be able, we won't be able to finish that list.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you about those evaluate properties. Those are not, don't look like they're contiguous to one another. And if you would identify, say, at 16 Widows Watch, something definitely has to be done, are you going to contract for just a single property, or are you going to look at adjacent properties?
Ideally, you try and put that into a contract with the adjacent properties as they're coming along. So, you know, and that's part of the bulkhead piece is always can be a moving target, if you would, because of those types of things. Between, say you have a bulkhead that is doesn't need to be replaced, but there are things that need to be repaired to it so it lasts longer. That may be something that you can tackle as a separate individual property versus, all right, if we're replacing it and it happens to be adjacent to something else that we'll try and tie that into one of those contracts.
So, yeah, Larry.
Yeah, just to add a little perspective from our meetings the last 2 years. From a historical standpoint, we've been spending about the $800,000 a year on the bulkheads. So, as Ted mentioned, you know, when we looked at the numbers last week, we think we're probably going to have about a $400,000 balance in that account year end, because we don't believe they're, you know, they'd be able to get the 1.1 million spent, or 1.2 between now and the end of April. So there should be a $400,000 balance in there, and we also recognize that going forward we're probably going to have to increase the assessment. The lot owners, the bulkhead owners' assessment hasn't increased in 11 years, and the $19 hasn't either. So we're anticipating from the Budget and Finance Committee that those numbers are going to have to go up. But the reality of it is they can only get so much work done in a particular year, and even this year, trying to get 2 contractors involved, it's a problem. So I think the Budget and Finance Committee felt very comfortable with eliminating those bulkhead fees for this year, understanding that next year they're probably going to they'll be back in and raised somewhat, but I don't think you know, I don't think we're talking about $100 a lot for the bulkhead fees.
Ted, go ahead.
Yeah, one more question, and this doesn't need an answer today, but if you think about this, we spent a boatload of money and a ton of time on a reserve study, and that reserve study is the planning tool going forward. And we've talked a lot about what we're going to do. But we also talked about, and this gets to Colette's question, on what do we do, what should we be keeping in these reserves, and let's just talk bulkheads and roads going forward. What should the minimums be? And I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to take a look at that. But I'd like to know what the recommendation of BNF and the board and all of that. I have to go back and look and see what we said. But what were the minimums in those funds? And are we falling below those minimums so we don't have anything sitting aside? And we may take that as a as something we want to do because this year, because we've got so much other stuff. But again, looking, as Esther and everybody else has said, 3 to 5 years down the road, we really need to think about the actions we're taking now and the effect on the community, you know, in a year or 18 or 24 months. So that's just my little thing, is let's also not forget what we all agreed to and we spent a lot of money on and a lot of time working through, and use all facets of the reserve fund study. Thanks.
So, can I jump in?
Yeah, John.
So, all great points, and we'll tell you the perspective of BNF, and actually Larry touched on a lot of it. So the variable here is execution. We saw that last year, you see that every year. So the prior year, money had built up because nothing had been done on bulkheads, or basically nothing was done. So there was a buildup of bulkhead money. We did put in a bulkhead assessment, BNF, or we recommended, because of the aggressive project plan that we saw, so you needed to have it. This year, it's a little different. The guidance was if we don't need it, we won't have the assessment. But then when the GM puts together, and there's nothing wrong with it, when the GM puts together an execution plan and it shows it brings it really down, well, then obviously then it has to be looked at, because as everybody's saying, it's basically almost down to nothing based upon an aggressive, nothing wrong with that, project plan. But then, even though the guidance was not to put an assessment, something should be looked at. Otherwise, as everybody has said, and I'm glad to hear it and see it, it's going to affect the next year. This is another example why the project plan that we've heard Frank, Esther, myself talk about, why it's so much needed, especially on this, and why we need to keep an eye on our cash forecast, which has been implemented. Steve now does an excellent job with that, but we need to look at that every month, because there are certain months when our cash, and there's nothing big here, a problem, but we need to understand where our cash position is when we're this tight, or just in time. Steve, yes? Steve? Yeah.
JB, I just want to go back to page 9. So I'm curious, if you got down to this number of 1,400 and change, and everybody seems to be pushing back that we're not going to get that low. I'm just kind of curious on the game plan when you came up with this part of the budget, since everyone's pushing back that we're not going to get there. What was your line of thinking that we were going to get down to this that everyone else is not saying? I'm just trying to understand.
There's one page that I don't have with me that Kevin had given me regarding what's under contract now and what's going to be coming under contract over the next 3 months, which gets us to that estimated balance of 1.6.
Okay, so this is what Kevin Layfield basically came down to, was the 1,400.
Yeah.
Based on what everyone is talking about.
We were at 20-some, or 21,443 before we added the drainage back in.
Mm-hmm.
So we did have a little bit more than that, not a lot, that really matters, but we didn't take it quite to nothing. But the 1.6, and that's based upon the list that I gave you, which actually totals more than that. But the 1.6 balance for May 1st, 2019, that was based off the information that Layfield gave.
I guess, and I'm sorry if I'm
Based upon the
beating a dead
contract,
horse, I'm just trying to
yeah.
understand.
Right.
When we do, when in my personal life, when I have departments do projections, I expect them to be within a couple of % of reality. Going from $1,400 to $400,000 is a big swing. I'm just trying to understand why. And do you agree with that swing?
Correct me if I'm wrong, the numbers that Kevin was using, that Layfield was using for, you got those names?
Am I saying the question right?
Yeah, I
Yes,
understand
it's
the
an
question.
excellent
I just
question.
wish I had the one page that had those
Okay.
notes on it, which I don't have with me.
No problem.
I don't know if you've got it, found it or not.
So I think there's some uncertainties with maybe the pricing per linear foot as well. So I think we're very conservative in the amount that we include within that for next year, being that a lot of the bidding is still yet to come for next year.
Right.
So from a perspective of not wanting to run this in the negative, we put in the most aggressive type of work to be determined. Now, obviously, weather is going to play a big role.
Right.
Lots of different variables. I think Ted and whatnot are basing their historical analysis that we've never done more than $800,000 to $1 million in a given year. So, if you look at those historical trends, that would say that there's probably some likelihood that those numbers will be a little bit below. But I think essentially for this analysis, we just wanted to say if everything lines up correctly, what's that bottom line going to be?
I guess my pushback on this is, again, when you have the department heads giving you projections. They said, I allow very small tolerances in my budgets. This is a huge variance to me. And it's hard for me as a board member to make a decision on a budget with a $400,000 swing. Maybe that's where, just throwing as a suggestion, you use people like Joe said, Jim Bunting, or people like that to be involved in this budget planning, because this isn't reality. Reality from now until March, last year and every year for the last 5 years, March is our worst winter month out of the whole winter. Okay, we're going into the worst winter time. This is January. We're coming in here to a meeting and knowing what our weather's going to be like pretty much with certainty for the next 3 months. This is not a real projection. This is what, do you understand? This is what's bothering me. I want real projections. They don't have to be in stone, but this is too much of a swing. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me, but that's where I stand with it.
Yeah, no, I'm going to jump in. That's exactly, and you heard Larry touch on it with B&F, that what you're putting here going forward in the next 6 months is way more than what you achieved in the first 6 months of the year. Yet it's the winter. We have so much more going on, but there's this very aggressive plan, but we didn't see it in the first 6 months. So then we're looking at and saying, okay, where would we be at the end? But this is the GM, this is your budget, this is your plan, and even sitting here, I'm not totally sure if you are convinced yourself that you are going to get this work done, but yet I have to oversee this as the CFO from explaining it and watching to make sure we have the cash and the trends, and I'm just not feeling it here. That's what I'm hearing from Esther. I totally agreed with everything Ted said and probably heard it last week. So if you feel you can achieve this, and you can, that's fine. But if you're just putting it out there waiting for us to say, hey, maybe you can't do all this, to pull back, but are you comfortable with what you're giving us here, that you can achieve it? Because it does affect cash, it affects forecasts, it affects the assessment. And that's what we go by.
So, part of this I'm going to tell myself, I'm thinking about all this, and they're all very valid points. So, and help me out, correct me if I'm wrong, so I want to kind of go through my line of thinking so I understand this, and maybe in reference to Esther's question. So, we're estimating that we'll spend 1.6, okay, for bulkhead reserves, all right? And the pushback is, yeah, that's a nice number, but realistically, based on historical information, we're probably going to spend, 800,000, all right? All right, but at the end of the day, since it's coming out of reserves, right, I guess my question would be, what does it matter?
No.
Well, let me finish, because the idea here is you've already made a decision or the recommendation to not collect the budget, the differential, right?
Okay, and I do have to, there's more to that than just that.
Okay, so I didn't think it was that simple. I just wanted to get to the point where you say, okay, well, if we're going to spend less than what we projected, then that balance is still there. What's the risk? Or, is there something that I'm missing, I guess is my question.
Yeah, no, and I'll spend as much time needed on this even after today, and I have spent it already with some board members and even whatever. When we give guidance in September, you give them guidance at a point in time with assumptions, and you're doing that. And you're saying, hey, look, based upon what we saw the year before, we had all this money in bulkheads, but we still had the assessment based upon a work plan that was told to us by the GM. Right. So I have to, we have to make sure he has the funds to do it. Otherwise, he cannot do it. We have not seen in the first 6 months that type of execution that we were told could happen. And look, just telling you the facts, I'm sure there was 100 different reasons, and I'm not saying that. That affects the funding, and it affects the guidance for the next year. So then we receive an execution plan, and we say, okay, based upon that and what we have seen, maybe we don't need the assessment this year. But then when you get an aggressive execution plan, obviously, then that guidance, which is what you're hearing Ted and Larry saying from BNF, well, then that has to be affected too, and then maybe you do need to put an assessment. Or you have to give us a real execution plan, because some people are questioning whether the term is pushback or not. We're just questioning, are you going to achieve this? If so, here's how we see it. If not, here's how we see it. And to me, sitting here right now, I'm just trying to see if I get a comfortable answer from the person doing the execution to say, okay, it kind of makes sense where we're at, and that I can give you, or everybody on this board and everybody else in the association, the trends and where I see it going. That's just part of the role of finance and the CFO. And to be honest with you, I don't get that comfort factor right now.
May I go, Doug?
Yes, please.
Okay. To answer your question, Doug, does it matter? Yeah, it matters. Again, I have to go back to what my background is. I don't want a pipe dream. I want realistic numbers. It doesn't matter if it's a reserve or not. Every part of this budget should be, quote unquote, what RGM feels is realistic numbers. If you start setting the precedent, well, it really doesn't matter with the reserve account. We can go with the pipe dream on that one. That's not how finance works. And it's not acceptable to me. I would rather have real numbers as much as he can estimate. JB, do you in good conscience feel between now and April that we can aggressively accomplish this goal? Yes or no?
Yes, and I found my sheet that I was looking for. If I may back up a little bit here. We have the high tide contract, which will be completed in February. And then we have the McGinty contract, which is now underway, which is $621,000. So between those two, and not counting anything else, that's $1,089,000 and spend in the current fiscal year. The concrete bulkheads at Westfield Circle and Wood Duck Drive are permitted and bids are due last Friday. Estimated cost is $180,000. Fairway number 3 at the golf course and 41 Watergreen Lane, they're in the process of permit approval. It should be permitted by the end of January. The RFP will go out once we've obtained those approvals. Estimated cost on that is $120,000. So that's an estimated $1.2 million between now, total spend this year between now and the end of April. I think that brings us to our estimated reserve of 1,598. And then for the 1.6, again, we've identified in the sheet that I handed out earlier, a little over 1.7 million to be done, and but we budgeted to spend 1.6 plus the other 20 is the drainage, so 1.6 out of this identified 1.76 that we based upon the new pricing model. So.
So you feel even with this time of year that this work is going to be done by April 30th? You feel confident
The
with that?
only one that we're not sure that would probably extend past that may be number 3 Fairway.
Okay. I hope you prove me wrong. I don't think you will, but I hope you prove me wrong on this.
Okay, let me just add in on this. So with all that said, and JB, fine, you're telling us what you would do, and that's fine. With that said, and seeing what the ending balance will be for bulkheads, just curious, why would you not recommend some type of assessment for bulkheads, especially when you just heard Colette or somebody else say about emergency or whatever? Why would you let it go down that low, which would probably cause the next year to be even higher? And it puts us all in the spot. Why would you let it go down and, just come up with that number, give or take, could easily be negative? Why did you not feel a need for an assessment? Is it because BNF said we probably don't need it? Or are you waiting for me to tell you and everybody else here at the board to put it in? I'm just curious.
No, well, going back to the arguments that were made last year, that we had too much money in there and we really didn't need to collect it.
Okay, big difference,
You
though.
know, last year, there was talk of that, but I didn't have enough information data-wise to support recommending that. Now, with that, the increased spend, I thought taking it down to 20,000 or so, we could waive it, but now going to zero, maybe we shouldn't. But that wasn't part of my original calculation, taking it all the way down to
Okay,
zero.
now, okay, so what?
Granted, 20,000 is small numbers compared to the big number of $1.6 million, certainly, but
But I shouldn't, okay, again, I made my point there. It's your decision and the board's. But also, you've heard from Larry, you heard from Ted, you even heard from me. It's almost like we were like, hey, we really know we'll probably have 300,000 or 400,000 there because this may not happen. But it kind of puts everything on us, kind of willing to at least point it out there. But I really hope you would relook at this and understand, just because BNF gave you guidance, that, we probably, back 3 months ago, that with this aggressive plan that I hope you achieve, maybe there should have been, and especially looking at the next year where we can see that it'll be even more, maybe there should have been an assessment,
and
as opposed to me telling you there should be something.
Right. And
Giving guidance as BNF.
right, and let's say we're somewhere between $1,000 and $400,000. Say it's $200,000. Then what's the thought on not waiving the fee? So again, that's a rhetorical question at this point. So
Ted's got a question. Ted?
Yeah, three things here. I'm counting on you not getting there, otherwise I wouldn't be in favor of waiving the fee. Because I want you to think about this a year from now. My first question for you is, the high tide contract number you gave, is that the remaining high tide dollars, or is that the whole contract? Because we've already showing having billed out $480-something thousand. So my question is, on remaining high tide and these two, do they equal $1.2 million? The second thing is this: the new bid, I hope, since it was board mandated, that we bid it both ways, that we bid it with us supplying and also with them supplying, because that was per a board motion. Now, just bear with me for a second. If you do make this spend, and you're down to $21,400 at the end of the year, then next year, instead of charging $470-something, you're going to be increasing that by 30% to get to the normal spend of $1.1 million. That's why I wasn't worried waiving it, because I figured you were going to come in at about $1.1 million, and that would still leave you $400,000. And if we increased $100,000 a year, we'd be fat and happy without huge increases. But you're talking about almost a $200 increase per lot owner on the individual, and whatever it is on the whole thing, in order to hit your 1.1 next year. And that's why this number matters, because it affects next year's reserve contribution. So if you're really going to hit this 1.6, then we need to revisit, or at least know in our minds, what in the world's going on here, because otherwise you're going to be looking at a 30+% increase in this one line item next year. And as long as we know that and everybody's happy with it, fine. And that's why I'm going to why it matters as to what the total number is. Thanks.
Right. And that's the guidance from BNF, guidance, not direction.
To follow up,
John, you mean guidance?
I shouldn't use that word.
it's a little over $900,000 in the contracts between High Tide and McGinty that are already in place. And we're looking to add those other two contracts, a little over $300,000 in estimated work that is getting ready to be bid out for completion under this year's budget. The only one that we don't anticipate that may not make April 30th was the one on Fairway number 3.
So hold on. Board first. Frank?
Good discussion, but it ties into all the other things that we need regarding this tracking of the execution on a continuing basis. And I'll just leave it at this, because I know that this affects some people. The ugly twin to this is when you say you're going to do work and you budget it and you don't get it done, and people pay for it, and they're paying an increased assessment and are not seeing the work done. And we have to make sure, and that is our job as the board, is to make sure that there's a balance there, and that when we tell our stakeholders that there's going to be X number of work done, that X number of work is done within reason, within a time frame that we say it's going to be done.
All right, Joe.
Thank you, Doug. With regard to the bulkheads, this issue of the amount of work to be done between now and the end of the fiscal year, I may be incorrect, but if memory serves me, we have traditionally, for decades, done the vast majority of the bulkhead work in the off-season so as to avoid doing the work during the summer season. So it would not surprise me if we're doing most of the volume after the normal season is over. This issue of doing so much work that one contractor can't handle it. For 20, 30 years or more, one contractor has done all the work in Ocean Pines every year. Just one contractor, Fisher Marine. I'm not so sure why now we need to have, I mean, I have no objection to it, but to say that we can't get the work done with two contractors that perhaps one contractor was doing at one time seems a little, I have a question about all those numbers. The one thing I don't hear mentioned here, we talk about in the past doing 800,000. I believe Ted just mentioned 1.1 million as being an average. Is that correct?
Between 800 and 1.1.
The 1.1 million a year? Whatever our average is from the past, it's going to go up 50% to do the same amount of work. So, Doug, you mentioned an $800,000 number. That same amount of work that we've been doing in the past for 800,000, whatever that linear footage is or whatever, is going to cost 1.2 million. If it was $1 million, it's going to cost 1.5 million. That's just a matter of fact looking at the per foot numbers. I'm a waterfront owner. I don't think we ought to be reducing the bulkhead assessment or eliminating it this year. I mean, when you're getting down close to zero, and I have some bad feelings about what we're going to end up spending on bulkheads compared to the past. Quite frankly, if I had to guess and bet money on it, that given our current contractors, we're going to end up spending more than 50% in the long run for our bulkheads. We're talking about a 20, 30-year program. And I have not too much confidence in the numbers that we're looking at. I don't think we ought to be reducing the assessment, maybe cut it in half or something, but I don't think we ought to be eliminating it. Thank you.
Larry, do you have your hand up? Larry.
Frank's exactly right. The genesis of these discussions and analysis last year and this year had to do with association owners coming forward saying, we have all this money in the bulkheads and the work wasn't done. We know that when the former acting general manager was here, the contract situations got, well, everything went awry. So work was way behind, and we've been trying to catch up. The last year, our discussions were that the GM thought they were going to be able to do this accelerated program where they would get $2 million worth of work done this year. We didn't think it would happen last year, and we don't think it'll happen again this year by the end of the year. So the bulkhead reserve, my understanding has been over the years it is a zero-based reserve fund. It's been what you put in is what you put out. So to try to build it up, and I understand the finances behind it, but the reality of it is we've had association members that have made quite a point of the fact that reserve balance has increased to the point where They wonder why, you know, we're continuing to assess as we were, which is why we didn't, in fact, you know, that's really why we didn't take the $19 a month last year. Joe's correct also that the cost will go up. I don't know that over 20 years, yeah, it's probably going to be an awful lot higher, but I think Ted's projections and what my projections were too is that we're budgeting $800,000 now, which is what we've been spending over the last, I don't know how many years, but that's basically the recent average, about $880,000. Going forward, yeah, that number will probably go up to 1.1, 1.2. And that's why we've talked about the reality of that assessment increasing gradually over the next couple years. But the fact is, we were told last year that this work would be done, and it's not being done. And I mean, I am a bulkhead owner too, and I never, it's not in my nature to come in and say, eliminate the assessment. But with what we've heard from all the association members, the fact that the work wasn't getting done and that account was ballooning, that we agreed that we should waive the bulkhead assessment. And I still think that's the prudent thing to do as we move forward. If we need to increase that reserve, that assessment number, which I think we do, and I think that's what, as at the Budget and Finance meetings last week, we agreed that we will have to look at that number next year. I don't think it's going to go up 30%, but it's going to go up. So that's our perspective on it.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah.
Oh, one more. Go ahead.
I don't know, we keep overlooking the fact that the price per foot is going up 50%. We're not talking about a low number here. We're talking about a 50% increase on millions of dollars worth of work. What I haven't heard, unless I missed it, is what is the plan, P-L-A-N? How much money do we intend to spend per year, each year, for the next 20, 30 years? How many linear feet of bulkhead do we have? How many linear feet are we going to replace each year? Whatever goes into a plan like that, I mean, we know how many, somebody knows how many linear feet of bulkhead we have. We know what the current price is in today's dollars. How much are we doing next year? How much are we doing 5 years from now? What's the plan? I guess that's the question that I haven't heard answered. What is the plan?
Plan should be based on a reserve study, because all the bulkheads are listed in there, the time frames when they're due to be replaced. The cost is the other issue.
Hold on, well, the reserve study is also based upon a plan.
Association members could use a better explanation.
So, first question, JB, Steve, is that right as far as the per foot going up 50% or somewhere in that ballpark?
Going up 50%?
What Joe said, as far as 50% per square foot or whatever, linear foot.
Linear foot.
Linear foot, I corrected myself. Linear foot for the bulkhead, is that correct?
That's the right number. It was going up, but I don't remember 50%.
Just give me a number, just give me a ballpark, just a ballpark. Just give me a ballpark, 10%, 20%, 30%, just ballpark, a range so I can state my next point.
Wouldn't that just be a
Number to
wag,
throw
though?
out there, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what number to throw out, as long as we're being specific on numbers, I'd rather give you a number.
Can't hear you.
Rather than throw out a ballpark, I'd rather work the number and give you a number.
Just base it on the bids you provided.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess at this point, I feel like there's a whole lot of numbers spinning around, and I'm not comfortable waiving the fees unless we can clearly demonstrate that we are setting a precedent so that we're not going to jack everybody on the canals. All of a sudden, they have a spike in their assessments, which is excessive. I need to know for sure that we've got a good plan, that whatever we do here, if we waive all this, you're not going to get it back very easily. Once it's gone for this year. And that just makes me real nervous at this point.
Yeah, let me add one thing. In the discussions from a couple of years ago, there was, I distinctly remember the notion of reducing an assessment and then turning around in the following or subsequent year and jacking it back up. And the, I don't know, the level of expectations, the perception of value, and all those kinds of things that go along with that big swing from one year to the next. Personally, I think and it goes back to Frank and Esther and John, what you said in terms of, and what Larry was saying, yeah, we didn't have a plan. We took money in and kind of said, we think we're going to put the bulkheads together. I think we're moving towards the notion that we will have some more specifics with regard to a plan, so that if we do indeed collect either the full amount or some portion of the full amount this year, based on what we see as reasonable, then it's got to follow up with a plan. We've really got to be able to put that out to the membership and say, here is the estimate, here's what we're going to look at. The other thing, Ted brings up a good point, I call it the shock value, in the sense that if we reduced if we eliminated the fee this year, okay, the differential, we went down to that some arbitrary number, whether it's 1,400 like it says here or some number like that, when we go back up to reclaim that, it won't be at 465 again.
Exactly.
It'll be
That's what we're saying.
20 to 30% higher, okay?
Everybody's
and so
saying
that trauma, of expectation setting of, hey, this year I paid 9, whatever we end up with, and now I all of a sudden, instead of just adding that 460 back in, I'm adding 570 back in, That's a big number, and I think if we can control that variance at some point, that's the bigger picture. But I think the most salient point that I've heard here today is I think we can justify the numbers. We've got to have a plan. We've got to have something that's tangible that says, folks, here is, now whether or not but on this particular day, Larry's, bulkhead got replaced, we're not getting to that level. We just have it on paper as a plan, a target, a deliverables, and that can substantiate the collection of the spend. Let me add to folks. I know we're going on to about 11:30. Let's take a couple of more questions, and then I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. Okay. So Frank had his hand up, and then Esther.
I mean, if I understand our calendar right, we're going to roughly get together and vote on this in 30 days. Okay. 30 days is more than enough time to get a plan from Public Works on what we're going to do this year to present to us before we make a final number. Okay, and as far as I'm concerned, that's more than enough time to put together a plan that goes more than what's going to be done by the end of this fiscal year, and that's what I think we need to.
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry.
That's what I think we need to get to the bottom of this thing, because, again, it's kind of, we're playing with fire, but it's fire by numbers and not fire by knowing what we can actually do and execute.
Right.
Esther, Esther, and then John.
Go ahead, Esther. Word first.
I think, Joe, I agree with you about a plan, and I agree with that. And in JB's defense, for lack of a better word, today's the first day we told you that we want to see a 5-year plan, basically across the board. So we got to give you a little bit of breathing room to get us that plan. But I get you're getting the gist here. Yeah. We want a 5-year plan that's logical. So going back to this study, I want real numbers if you're going to give a 5-year plan. I want you to talk to your department head and get real numbers, or get what you think is real numbers. But I think the bottom line is, if we can present the community, and every year the boards that come in and they go on an additional year and keep adding to the 5-year plan, but you got to start somewhere, so you start today. So I don't want to keep beating you on it. I think you get it.
All right, John, let's wrap this up. John, you get a final
I'll do it real
comment.
quick. Well, if JB does have some type of plan that maybe just needs to be reviewed, critiqued, or whatever, or what everybody's looking for more, only for this certain part of the year. We're talking more about when you have that kind of execution, what it means for the next year and the assessment that we're putting in for now. So BNF's guidance is basically, let's keep those assessments smooth, but obviously we have to review and analyze when we start to get a buildup in bulkheads, and or if it's going the other way and it's real tight. So that's just the general overall guidance. It looks like it's getting tight, and then everything else, everybody else is coming into play. But you do have something here that you handed out. Maybe you just need to elaborate on it for the board.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
Really?
Are we taking a break?
Yeah, let's see, I had that program, by the way. So let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:30. Thank you. I had a request before we move back into the agenda from Treasurer Viola. John, you have the floor.
Doug, JB, thank you. Just a quick one, just to make sure we're on the same page. And so if we look on page 11, Budget and Finance Committee additional recommendations on this handout today, we see that the deficit recovery and sports core complex room addition is included there. And I did hear that in the 981 that the deficit recovery, there was nothing put in there for that. Now I understand what happened, and I want to make sure everybody else understands. If there is an asterisk next to the item, JB and Steve did reflect those items on page 11, the additional recommendations from BNF. He did include that in the new assessment of 982. So if you look at that, sports core complex is not a part of it, nor is there anything for the deficit recovery that BNF recommended. And I also believe the part-time inspector. Okay, so they are not in the 982. Just want to make that clear, and I'm sure that'll be addressed. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good to go?
Next item on the agenda.
All right. So next is tab 5, Public Relations and Marketing. And Denise Sawyer is here with us this morning, and she will add to that discussion, and I hope to answer any questions as we move through here. The one thing in particular from that budget that I want to point out is line 697 there at the bottom, promotion and marketing, from a budget of 99 to a budget of 134. And there was another comment, I believe Director Horn had asked for this, about breaking out the promotion and marketing spend into the departments. If you'll look at page 5.5, we didn't actually take, like for Yacht Club, the $33,805 and take it from PR budget and put it into the Yacht Club budget, but we did want to break it out at least where those charges would be applied to. And so you can see that there's a lot of it is apportioned out to various departments, but you also have a lot that's just general Ocean Pines. And Denise can go into more details about that. But backing up into your budget book, pages 5.3 and 5.4 is where you have that $134,000 broken out with all the various marketing tools and the marketing brochures. Basically, we went through those lists to create that other page on 5.5 of the various ones that are specific. If there's something specific to the yacht club or specific to the golf course or aquatics, then we could break that out. There are a lot of things that we do, both print ads as well as TV ads and radio spots, those types of things that incorporate everything. So it's absolutely impossible to separate, divide that bill for those ads into something else when you're doing multiple amenities. And I'll leave the rest of that explanation to the pro here that understands this particular stuff in particular. Any particular questions up front on PR and marketing?
I believe the details really do break down as much as I can when it comes to what is specific to each amenity. As you just mentioned, many of our marketing tools are utilized to market the community as a whole. For instance, there was a community-driven commercial, television commercial, that featured golf, the yacht club, aquatics, pickleball, and racket sports, as well as just featuring our police department as well. So we try to play up the amenities that are doing well and that are in need of a push, as well as featuring the police department because we are known as one of the safest communities in Maryland. So majority of the marketing, it's more or less like a kitchen sink is what we describe it as in marketing. It's a nice kitchen sink of a lot of different perks, and oftentimes it is subjective to how timely that message is. For instance, if there is a push for registration within our basketball league, we would put that up front and center, but also mention the other amenities in the same advertising tool. that is especially important for holiday weekends like Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, 4th of July weekend. We put out there a full-page ad, and that is placed in all of the local newspapers. There's also the use of email newsletters. That's a really good tool that we utilize. We find that we get a lot of open reception, meaning that a lot of people are actually opening and looking to our newsletters for information. We utilize our marquees, the road signage. We try to keep those evergreen, meaning that they're not time sensitive, so that I'm not spending loads of money on the expenditures of buying more of these banners, but it essentially have the amenities name, the logo, hours of operation. I try to steer clear from that because that's subjective based on, it could be weather. So I try to just keep the contact information as general as possible. There are some new ventures that I have included in my business plan. Now, the farmers market is doing quite well. It's the largest market in the area, especially on Delmarva. At our peak last year, we had well over 80 vendors who registered. Now, the registration fees, that whole breakdown is also within this packet if you needed that information, if you're not too abreast with that. But I find that being that we have a really good exposure in the marketplace pertaining to the farmers and artisans market, I wanted to leverage a new source of revenue. So last year what we did was we went out and lobbied for sponsorship, and we got that. We got our first third level gym sponsor, excuse me, it was actually a second level. It was a harvest sponsor of $1,000. So I'm looking at using the exposure that we have with the premier farmers and artisans market to bring in more money, more revenue for my department. Now, starting this year in May, I'm looking to do a classified section within our already existing summer e-blast. It's not going to be anything expansive. It's not going to be a very crowded area because we just want to keep that summer newsletter pertaining to our recreational amenities, meaning golf, aquatics, the yacht club. People really care about what's happening on the weekend. So last summer, I started that summer weekend newsletter just to give people the answers they were looking for. Essentially, what I'll do is I'll take a look at my most asked questions via email, and I make sure that I'm giving out those answers before they're even asked. People care about who's performing at the yacht club. They care about the hours of operation at the pool. They care about specials, and they want to know what rounds are available and if they can register now and how much are they. So we put all of that recreational information into an e-blast that goes out not only to our residents but to those who have frequented our amenities as day trippers or weekend trippers. So essentially I would include at the very bottom of that e-blast a classified section, and that would allow us to kind of bring in more money from that as well. And the prices are very competitive. I took a look at Ocean City's chamber to see how much they would cost for their, placement within their classifieds. And like I said, it's very competitive, $25. But these are weekly e-blasts that are going out, so it'll start to add up. There are some other ventures that I took a look into. Now, I just want to go ahead and go to page 4, the current market analysis. So it's my job to stay on top of trends, tips, what's happening right in the marketplace so we can stay ahead of the marketplace. And we find that, this is the last paragraph of that, it's the voice search. A lot of people are using their Google Home and Amazon Alexa to figure out what the weather is. They're ordering things from there. So what my department is looking into at the moment is figuring out how we can kind of use that arena effectively. So my biggest question then that I want Alexa to answer is what's happening this weekend in Ocean Pines. So I'm looking into Alexa and figuring out how we can put that information out there. And then once we actually figure that out, we want to put that out to the public so that that avenue can be utilized to market the yacht club, the aquatics department, and golf. So essentially, if you were to ask your Alexa or Google Home, what's happening this weekend in Ocean Pines? It would say, well, this weekend in Ocean Pines, Transfusion is performing live at the yacht club. It'll be 45 degrees, no chance of showers. So a laundry list of things you can do in Ocean Pines. So we're excited about that. We're looking into it. It's very preliminary, but that's where searching is at the moment. Any questions? Yes. Now
How about now? Okay. All right, so let's talk about Alexa. Have you done any type of, I'm sure you probably have analysis of what percentage of our community really uses Alexa? I mean, what are you saying?
Yes, so recently, just the numbers that came out, that they've actually showed a spike in Alexa purchases and Google Home purchases within this region. Now, to get it as hyper-local as Ocean Pines, I'm still taking a look. I'm trying to figure out what the expense would be to see if it's even worth it, but I can just tell you that that's a trend right now. People are utilizing voice-activated assistants. So we're going to take a look at it and see if it's even worth it, but I need to figure out what the cost would be. And if there is a cost, we can just create a business profile and just make sure the accurate information is out there, but we're not advertising on it.
I'd like to see, because I'm curious of this particular community and the demographics of this community, how many are really using. I tend to notice in this community it's more paper-driven, newsletters, summer guides and stuff like that, versus the automated.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because according to our analytics, the devices that people receive our information is it's 50-50. We have like 46% leaning towards the desktop, and the others are very mobile. So you'll be surprised. And I was actually talking to Steve from the park about the park. They're looking into revamping their website. And he said, according to his analytics for the park, out of all neighborhoods in Ocean Pines, they're using mobile devices.
I'd be curious to see that.
Yeah.
I'm curious, I'd like to understand how do you do your measurables on your ROI, on your different, on TV, print? So can you give me an understanding of how you get your return of investment on these? Let's start with TV.
So it's difficult for us to really quantify how many people are being, reached and follow that track from the commercial airing to them going into the yacht club. It's extremely difficult. Ralph and Matt and I have sat down to figure out how we can quantify that, and they said they'll do a better job with asking people, how'd you hear about us? But there's not a concrete way for me to tell you, well, this ad ran and 2 people went because they saw that ad. But I can show you that based on our Google Analytics, around the times that we run our TV ads and our radio ads, there is a spike in requests for directions, as well as a spike in a request for phone calls. And you can take a look and see where those phone calls are coming from. It helps me to figure out what demo and what location we should reach and what platform of media would be most effective. So for the yacht club, we find that a lot of people are coming from Sussex County, from the Selbyville, Fenwick area, of course, Ocean Pines and Berlin, as well as Ocean City. We don't get a lot of folks out in Salisbury, but you have to remember we are utilizing television for banquets, and
That's page 8 of the back part.
and our banquets are coming from Salisbury.
Are you getting more of your banquets from television or print?
Yes, we're getting those more so from television.
What percentage, if you don't mind me asking? What percentage?
We don't have that. See, with Matt Ort being new to the whole groove of things, I've asked for that information, and the only thing he's provided to me as of today is that they've booked 23 weddings/banquets for this year. And I'm asking him, where are they coming from? How did they hear about us? What's the gross from that projected forecast of revenue? So when I get that information, I can give it to you all, but I'm still waiting for it.
I understand, and you understand where I'm coming from.
Oh, yeah.
For us just to blanket spend $50,000 on television without even knowing, is it really coming from television? I would like to narrow that down. Most marketing, you can. So that's what I would like to see is, if it's coming from television, great. But if it's not, why are we spending the money?
Sure.
So I'd like to see a little more detail on that. Okay. Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
One of the things that is not reflected in your budget sheets yet, Denise went back into her line items to figure out, all right, how can we fund the 4th, the newsletter?
Oh, okay, yes.
And you want to speak to that just for a second?
Yeah, so you're looking at, were you speaking about the 15K cut?
What's that?
Are you speaking about the 15K cut to budget? Okay. All right, so essentially, I don't want to really touch the newsletters because, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of people rely on those physical hard copies for information. And based on the survey that we did with the membership, a lot of people actually look to that newsletter who are secondary homeowners for information, a lot of administrative information. So I don't want to cut back and offer fewer issues just to save money. So I was looking at other ways of reallocating money so that we can keep our newsletters the same. And also that affects my revenue if we chip away at our newsletters. So that's never a good thing. So we're looking at reducing the graphic design expense, which is in our contract services 504. I do a lot of graphic design myself, so we would bring down that number and do a lot of that in-house. The farmers market, we were looking at possibly getting a farmer market parking attendant, because I don't know if you've ever gone out there, but sometimes the traffic, the flow of traffic, can get a little hectic, and we can't rely on Neighborhood Watch as well as our police department for the services. So I can hold off on that and decrease the live entertainment there so I can reduce that amount.
Well, what she's basically getting around to is that, you know, in your sheets on like 5.3, you'll see 3 newsletters instead of 4. And we're changing that back to 4. We haven't made that change to this sheet yet.
Okay.
But we're going to change that back to 4 newsletters, increasing those 2 line items to 23 and 43 respectively, and reducing some other places. So bottom line, though, for the PR and marketing budget, bottom line won't change, just where it is within that allocation.
Exactly.
I do have a question on the web hosting. Give me a little more detail on that. What do they do for us, the web hosting? They doing content as well as the website, management?
Well, the services is $350 a month, and they offer back-end assistance. Our homepage is static, so I can't change that content. So we can change web pages. I can add content information, photos, but I cannot add widgets, and I can't change banner ads. And if I wanted to monetize the website in a way that would look to avenues of advertisement with banner ads, that would be something that they would have to assist us. And let's say I get a budget that's over a certain size, I can't manually update that. It has to be added by D3. So they do a lot of back-end changes to our website.
Well, there's a lull. Denise, so, and I like that you're sitting down with the department heads or the amenity and you're getting the information, everything, and I know you asked a question, you said he was going to give, when will they be getting back to you on that information you requested? Is there a date?
Well, the last time I spoke to Matt, he said 36 hours. So I'll check in with him today to see where the information is.
It's needed. Are you finding, what is your best, is it publications, television, or radio? Where do you think we get, your opinion, our best bang for the buck?
It's subjective to the information. You have to remember we're pushing out administrative information. There's PR, and then there's marketing, and then there's branding. So it depends on this previous year, our anniversary year. I mean, television did wonders for us. Thanks to the television commercials, we pulled in a lot of sponsorships. Many of those sponsorships came from other communities, other areas that weren't unique to the traditional reach for this community. So it's subjective to what we're pushing out, the message. When it comes to weddings, television and radio, by far. When it comes to hyper-local dive-in movie this weekend at the Sports Corps pool, that's just local newspapers.
Right.
And social media, of course. So we're looking into doing more SEO and social media and having a digital footprint so that when you go to log on to your favorite search engine and you type in,
Pop up.
not even Ocean Pines, when you type in, for instance, when you type in rec department, Ocean Pines has such a really good footprint for the recreations department that when you type in football league for youth, Ocean Pines comes up at the top of that search engine.
I was going to ask you about the SEO and what we were doing as far as that. As far as these independent, all these different publications, so we have no tracking that we do on each one of these publications to see their measurables on this?
Yes, we have their reach But once again, it's hard for me to say unless we have a promotional offer that says, bring in this coupon and take it into the amenity. We don't have any concrete way of saying they found that information out from this particular publication. And recently, it's interesting because the FCC did a study on how people receive their information and how information is disseminated. So they polled a few folks and they put the same message on television, radio, and newspapers. And they had a very subtle difference in each message. And they asked the person who was being polled, where did you get your information from? And they all confused it. They don't remember where they got it from. They just remember they saw it somewhere. So it's hard for us to, oftentimes to say people may see a commercial and think that they saw it in a newspaper. So that's why we have to have a presence in all of the media, but of course we're working to quantify it. And with the digital print era, we can get more data, we can get more analytics, but when it comes to television and radio, it's really hard. But that's why we do a lot of live remotes with our packaging, meaning that the disc jockey would actually be at the event so that we can hear back from folks and they'll say, oh, Denise, I heard BK, live at Bay Day, and I forgot about it. I saw it last week in the newspaper, but I heard the ad this morning, and that's why I'm here. So we try to keep those little nuggets of information, but they're hard to just.
It is difficult, but we're spending almost $100,000 on
Sure.
PR, for lack of a marketing. And I know we have a marketing company, one of our companies, and we track everything. And there is ways that we can track it. I'm just a little troubled. You do a great job with this. I don't want to take away from that, okay? But I'm a little bit troubled that we really have no measurables, and that's something that I'd like to see maybe addressed on how to. You might come back and say, you know what, I can cut out 5 of these publications because we're really not getting anything from it. And I think Matt Ort has an obligation to give you a lot of that information. You have to kind of hold them to that, in my opinion.
I agree. So in previous years, I don't know what Teresa has done with measurables, but there has not been any Google Analytics on file, hasn't been any analytics. We look at our websites, analytics, we see what people are searching, we see where they click, we look at unique visits, we look at all of that information, so that's quantified. When it comes to measurables for television and radio, of course we can get those numbers for you.
Yeah, there's tools that can definitely assist with that, but I definitely have to see measurables on this.
Two questions. Well, I guess one question and one comment. The target market within a 100-mile radius and how it may affect directly our amenities. Especially in the fall, I see these people coming into the different hotels around here as part of the golf package play. And it seems to me that for 100 miles, I don't think that those are the kind of folks that would be in a hotel. Maybe that radius is expanded. Do we have a way of working with, in this case, John Malinowski and the golf operations team to kind of figure out where these tee times come from and do perhaps some target marketing where the golf package plays comes from and get the hotel room? That's the first thing. Just, more general question. Second, I agree with Esther on measurables. And as a matter of fact, as we go through all the business plans, the key thing, I think, for the operations team, JB and the operations team, is what measurables do you want to report to us that are key to you in executing your plan? Because we will be wanting to see those as part of the GM report.
Okay. So in regards to the first question, that is something that is done in a different department. John can certainly give you the segmentation for where he's getting the tee times and the package play. We can tell you Canada, Connecticut, and Florida, essentially, where we're pulling a lot of folks from. So when you see this 100-mile radius, that's more or less for this region, and it's not inclusive of package play because package play is in a different department. So I'm not going to account for an expense that's not within my department.
John will be able to share some more details on, he goes to different golf shows and all that type of stuff. So he'll be able to share more on where that spend is.
JB, I got a question, just more for you. There's line 594. You got a proposed expense of 4,000. Is that something specific we should be focused on? What's that apply to?
594.
Yeah. Repair and maintenance of equipment.
Equipment.
Yes. So when the acting general manager and I sat down this time last year, we were discussing live stream capability for the yacht club. We were hoping to utilize a live stream so we can monetize it and push it out to the public and have a company's logo attached to that. So essentially it would be a live stream overlooking the cove from the yacht club, and it will be located and housed on our website.
Ted left us.
Okay. So essentially, a person can go onto oceanpines.org and click on the live stream and just take a beautiful shot. It's a beauty shot of the cove overlooking the skyline of Ocean City. And we would have a company's logo attached to the bottom of that. So I wanted to utilize that avenue of potential revenue. And that was just something that Brett Hill wanted in the works, so I put it back in the budget for this year because I had a few residents asking about it. So I said I will propose it for this year and see where it goes.
Okay. I'm curious, I want to go back to, you mentioned branding. So, because you're the one doing it, I'd like to hear, what is your vision? When you say branding, what is your vision? What are you calling branding? Everyone has different definitions of it. I'd like to hear yours, what you're trying to do when you say branding.
When I say branding, it's the reputation. It's the perception of the product or service you're providing to the consumers or the public. So marketing, when I think marketing, I think of you're kind of honing into a particular amenity or event, program, or service. When I think of brand, it's the reputation that is. So how is Ocean Pines perceived in the marketplace? When people think of Ocean Pines, what's synonymous? So that's why we're working on Pines Pride. That's something that we've been having in the works for the last year or so. People who take pride in their community. We want that pride to upstage whatever minutia may happen on the surface level. So we want the consumers to know that this is an award-winning community. So that's the brand that we're upholding, that
Bring in
premier.
what? What's your end goal? To bring in what?
Oh, we want to bring in more homeowners. We want to bring in more day trippers. We want people to look to us for top-notch, 5-star services across the board when it comes to our amenities.
Okay, you're measuring that year by year as well?
That is correct.
Okay.
Joe?
Thanks, Doug. With all deference to former acting general manager Brett Hill, I'm not so sure everybody wants to be on live on the internet, TV, or whatever while they're partying at the yacht club.
So it would overlook the water and not the dancing and not the live performance. So it would actually overlook the cove, the water that is.
No people.
That is correct.
Okay, got you.
No folks on camera.
But
We will not utilize blackmail.
I think we have a lost opportunity
you
there.
might be
You want
hurting
to raise money, there's a
business.
way.
I'm not so sure what the value is. The value would be in seeing the people, but at any rate, on the issue of newspaper advertising, we have, I believe, 3 weekly newspapers and 1 monthly newspaper delivered in this community. I have often, for many years, wondered about the value of placing similar ads or any ads in 3 papers that are delivered in driveways every week. It would seem to me that rotating the papers, if you want to give each of the papers some money, would be to rotate the ads. I'm sorry, Denise, let me move
I
over
can hear
here.
you, yes. So we essentially, I would do that. So for instance, I would run a banner ad in the Courier, which is a front page, smaller ad, and then I would run, let's say, it depends on the message, but let's say it's a Memorial Day weekend message. Then I would run a full-page ad in the Bayside Gazette. I would not use OC Today because we're not pulling in folks who are already in Ocean City to come across the bridge for Memorial Day weekend. So that's what I would utilize. So you still have that presence in the local papers, but at different levels. Last year it was unique because we had the 50th anniversary, and all of the full-page ads that you did see pertaining to the anniversary was in trade. So you did see the same ad in all of the local papers because they were sponsors of the anniversary.
Okay. I think you just said that you didn't want to put ads in Ocean City today because we're not going to get people from Ocean City. But I kind of thought over the last decade or two, we've been trying to get people from Ocean City, so I'm not sure. Did I misinterpret what you said?
Not pertaining to Memorial Day weekend. I find that based on what we pulled in at the Yacht Club when it comes to Memorial Day weekend, we're not getting folks who've traveled from out of this area to travel to Ocean City to drive back over the bridge to Ocean Pines for Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, okay.
I've utilized Ocean City today for other
Gotcha.
deliveries.
Gotcha. With regard to tracking success of advertising in any medium, actually, we've all watched TV ads, we've all listened to radio, we've all seen ads in newspapers or whatever where you get a coupon or you got a code of some kind. This is a conservative neighborhood. A lot of people listen to Rush Limbaugh. I believe he's offering, go to this, sign up, use code RUSH or whatever it is. Those things are used for a reason. They want to know if their money is being spent wisely or if they're getting a return on that money.
I have spoken to certain department heads about offering something similar to that. I think they're weary about affecting the bottom line. So we haven't offered any coupons. I can talk to Matt Orton, see if that is something that we can utilize to help track, but I have to look to the department.
It doesn't have to be anything sensational. But
Sure, but I have to look to them for guidance.
As a printout. Google Analytics. We have Google Analytics is on our website. For those who aren't aware, OPA includes code that's hidden that tracks everything you do on the website. And Google tracks it, and then OPA can look at it. Will OPA make Google Analytics available to association members?
It doesn't go into such detail as, who would be on it and who's doing the searching and whatnot.
Oh, there's no names.
So I don't think that's an issue, so.
If that, based on what we do, as long as there's no name and all, I think you're fine with the privacy issue.
Right, yeah.
It would tell you how often our website's used.
Yeah.
What pages they look at. Some people would be
And
interested.
That's the type of stuff I've included in, not here yet, but in prior monthly type of reports. People wanted to know how many times did our website get hit and for whatever purposes.
Yeah.
So that we could incorporate into those monthly reporting mechanisms.
Google has a setup where you can go into Google Analytics and set it up so that you can get a URL, Universal Resource Locator, HTTP business. Anybody can click on and go look at all the analytics.
That's correct. So I normally get a monthly report as well as a quarterly report. On page 5, that chart at the very top comes from our Google Analytics for the website, and that tells us where we're getting the most bang for when it comes to our website, the demo that is. So of course, Maryland is coming in at number 1, Virginia at number 2, Pennsylvania at number 3, and District of Columbia at number 4. But we're getting folks from Florida, New Jersey, New York, California, and Connecticut who are utilizing our website to get
The analytics also
information.
tell you how many unique users you're getting.
Exactly.
How many unique pages they look at, so on. But
It can tell me down to how long you stay on that website,
That's right.
how often you come back to the website.
Exactly.
So we have all that information, and we review all of that information. I like to know what is the most viewed page, and I can tell you it's the Live Here page. So that's the web page that gets my most attention. I want to make sure the information is engaging, compelling, and accurate,
Okay.
because folks who aren't used to our website clicks that button.
Okay, not to prolong this, but whoever does our web pages, what's that company called?
D3 Corp.
D3. They could give you a URL. You could go in there and look at that anytime you want. You don't have to wait monthly. Tell them you want a URL to look at it. And
Well, I have a login, so it stays on my computer at all times. But if we're looking to make it public, I can definitely look into that and make it public.
Okay, and finally, could you give us, and did I hear correctly that the budget is going from 99 to 134?
For promotions.
For promotion and marketing, correct.
Okay, and you described that as something like a kitchen sink. We got a lot of stuff in there. So I guess the question is, the kitchen sink just got 34% bigger. Can you give us a brief rundown on why?
Well, last fiscal year, we chopped out the pens and the community calendars, or excuse me, maps. So we didn't order that production. So you have to remember, promotions include marketing material as well, not just advertising dollars. So last fiscal year, we did not print the 5,000 copies of our community maps, which go like hotcakes, as well as our pens. This year, I added it back to the budget so that we can provide that to the public.
Okay, thank you. And finally, thank you for putting in the 4 printed newsletters. I think that's extremely important that we maintain written communication regularly with association members, and I hope the board goes along with keeping that in. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's, thank you, Denise. Yeah, let's break for lunch. All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Everybody. So we're going to move into the next item on the agenda, and that's golf operations.
So golf operations includes golf operations aspect of it, and golf maintenance, and for the time being, Turns Grill. That may become a part of a contractual arrangement, whether it's with Matt Ort Corp Company or some other F&B entity, preferably, though, Matt Ort Companies. But, and by the way, just for history purposes, when we talked to Matt Ort Companies last year, we did talk to them about Turn Grill, and that was just not something they wanted to pursue at that time. Seeing where we may end up with the building, with the facility, that may change. But for right now, the budget is put together with those operations included. There was some other conversation about, all right, so if, whether it's renovation or new or anything in between, for the facility for the golf club, country club aspects, if that happens in this next fiscal year, what does that do to the golf budget? And we really didn't look, we don't think it will impact us a whole lot on the operational and maintenance side of it. Actually, you think of it as an advantage for play the following year. Because once people begin to see that, yeah, the community is making an investment into that facility to make some improvements there, that we actually will utilize to help market the golf course to additional play. And we'll see that in the 2021 cycle. As far as the Turn Grill operation goes, during renovation or new construction, either way, options B and C are basically the same with, we would operate on a greatly pulled back schedule of food operations. We can operate that out of a short-term facility, just being, your nabs and cookies and crackers and canned beer and other canned products. So, and then if there are events that have to have a meal, tournaments or whatnot, we'll work with the Matt Ort companies to arrange for that. Anyway, so that's some general pieces to that puzzle. If you look at, we're in tab 17, which is golf operations. There is the payroll change in and of itself isn't a whole lot of difference in golf operations. You'll see a big difference in golf maintenance, and we'll talk about that when we get there. The big difference is a little bit more increase in revenue. And we did, one of the things we hadn't had a chance to talk about yet, this is really the first department to address this, is that even though the original proposed assessment stayed the same, it did incorporate an increase in fees across the board, and that includes at the golf course. We had another meeting with some of the Golf Advisory Committee on, when was that, Saturday? And or I guess Friday afternoon. And we talked some more about making some changes there. We changed a little bit within the fee structure, but not a lot. But no changes to the projected revenue piece there. One of the things that is well, a couple of things have happened in the last, 96 hours? We have found out that, is it Bayside?
Bay Club.
Bay Club is closing at the end of January. We know from history that some of our residents are members there, and we will take this opportunity to invite them back. Play where you live, sort of type of approach. And one of the things that we talked about in order to do that, as well as generally speaking, is to provide a $100 or sliding scale adjustment to the initiation, to the annual fees for first-time members. And so that was something that we'll be applying across the board. Again, did not change the revenue numbers for what's in the proposed budget sheet there on 17.1. But those were pieces of the marketing and business plan that we're not aware of when we put this together. Because again, that just happened on Friday. Generally speaking, in the golf industry, memberships in semi-public golf courses are down, and that's the trend. It's not, hasn't have anything to do with Ocean Pines. It's just the way the golf industry is right now. Country clubs operate under a different business model entirely. I mean, they have a set membership target they go after each year. There's initiation fees and stock options and all that type of stuff. That's a different animal. Public courses don't offer memberships unless, you know, frequent play types of things. And so really the memberships here are, how did we phrase it the other day? It's more of a discounted per round type of issue. But yet at the same time, we have to recognize and appreciate all the members that we have and have had over the many years that we've been in operation. So we did want to keep the membership structure as it is. We did increase some of the fees back to the 2017 model. By the way, the 2017 model is what it was the 2 or 3 or 4 years prior to that even. Again, this being the first opportunity we really had to talk about it, if you go back to tab 4 in the back of the finance and membership sections on pages, it's beginning 4.4 through 4.7, the last 4 pages of tab 4. There you'll see your membership rate histories going back all the way to 2015 and the proposed budget for 2019 and 20 on that far right-hand side. Again, I'm on page 4.4. If you go down to golf, you'll see the family membership at $2,300. That goes back to the 2017 rate, which was the same for those 3 years, 15, 16, 17. Same is true for the other rates. You'll see the 30-60 play. That one's originally marked as $1,290. We're going to increase that to the same $1,440 as it was in 17 to make it line up with the other fees in the golf structure. The only one I didn't increase was the juniors and kept that at the 225 number. Again, pages 4.4 through 4.7 are the fee rates as well as the sales history for those categories. So we haven't changed the revenue number as it is on page 17.1 yet. I would prefer to keep it conservative. But we may end up with a few more memberships based upon the recent activities with Bay Club. Any particular questions about 17.1, the golf operations piece, though? I think there'll be more meat, shall we say, in 17, in the next section on golf maintenance, but anything stand out for you?
So JB, while they're looking, I'll ask a question on operations.
Yeah.
So what we don't see there, and I don't have it in front of me, as far as inventory and chemicals and fertilizer and whatever, are we comfortable with that?
That's in the next piece. On
Okay, so you'll do it next time, then okay.
That's why I said I think there's probably more meat to chew on in the golf maintenance piece, and there's the operational ones. Correct.
Okay. I don't know if the company's mature, but, John, is there a put together a business plan to really aggressively try to, we're going to talk about the country club and what we are going to do that. Have you put together a business plan that we can somehow start
correct. Yeah, that, we just found out Friday morning that they're shutting down January 31st. So the first thing I did was I started talking to all the package companies. They've got 1,200 rounds for March, April, May that they've got booked there at those golf courses, and we're trying to get some of those switched over to us in addition to the ones we've already had. And now we talked a little bit Friday. Obviously, we haven't developed it much because it was late Friday afternoon, but maybe trying to go after some of their members. But, the biggest part of it right now is for March, April, May, is trying to get those package play when they're paying anywhere from $55 to $85 a round. We're going to try to get as much of that as we can right now.
How many members are with the Bay Club?
Not sure. Obviously not enough to keep it afloat, so.
Is that in Berlin, or is that?
It's in Berlin, yeah.
Okay. And so we're looking for the for them to pull them over to us?
Well, that's the talk we've started.
Yeah, that's the piece that I was mentioning a moment ago about a first-time membership. If you're not a member at Ocean Pines, again, we got all these different membership categories. If you're not a member currently and you want to become a member at Ocean Pines, there'll be some sort of discount for off of that rate. Say it's going back to that page. For example, if the family membership is $2,300, maybe it's $2,100 for a new first-time member.
Again, forgive me because I'm not a golfer, so I don't know the answer to the question. So Bay Club is closing. How many other communities are going to be pulling at that same group of membership to get them? What are we up against, competitive-wise?
Probably 2 or 3 legitimately, just
Not
based on the
crazy.
pricing. Not a lot, but I think we have a pretty good opportunity. I think there's another low-end golf course that'll probably benefit from them, and then I think we stand a fairly good shot, not just with membership, but really more play, especially in the summertime that comes down, because while the lower-end course may potentially get memberships, a lot of people don't necessarily go there to play golf because they want a better golfing experience. And with our price range and everything where we're at, like we're going to be suited perfectly for it, and that's really what we're going to target and go after.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, couple comments. First, like your plan, John. Second, we've asked for, what can be reported to the board so we can do our oversight. And I see you have metrics here, which would be good. I think what you just recently described, that I went out and tried to get X number of package plays because Bay Club closed. I think if you included something like that, because, one of the things is golf is in a tough climate. And as we reach out more and can show that we're reaching out more and trying to bring people in, be it package play, be it league play, because those courses closed, I think that would be a great benefit to the overall golf operation. Because, it would just be great because we have to spend money to maintain a course or it's not going to work. We have to spend money on a facility or it's not going to work. And we have to get play or it's not going to work. And doing that, reaching out and trying to drag people in and having that being a visible effort certainly helps fund the other two perceptually amongst the owners. The other thing, just as a comment to Esther, one of the things that hopefully will benefit us is over the last, like 6 months, essentially 54 public golf holes that people play, relatively speaking, in our price range, have been taken out of the market. And the reason I say 54, Bay Club has 36.
Right.
And Ocean City Golf, with their membership programs, if the numbers that we're hearing signing up are accurate, which could be up to 1,800, it is going to be really tough to get a starting time there. Okay? So that favors us. And the price point that we're at is somewhat under the $190 summer rate at Rum Point and Lighthouse Sound, and somewhat above the as you say, lower-end golf course, which would be, I think, Ocean Resorts. And so I think the two that could benefit the most from this are us and Eagles Landing in this area.
I think River Run more than Eagles Landing.
Yeah, Rivers Run too. So I think if we can get that and do that. The second point, one of the things that I've put in front of consideration of the board, just to give you a heads up because you've done a good job, is M02 describes financial performance. what I would like to change it is not only financial performance, but best practices. And in the industry for golf and for golf course maintenance, there's best practices down to, I believe, the Delmarva Superintendent's organization on maintenance, and things that you would select, not us, that would be important for us to know about maintenance and how we could track how you're doing on your maintenance activities. And I got to say, because this will be across the board for all amenities, this is not a hammer. This is something, so if something goes south and you need help, we get the flag up and we can do what we have to do to help you right away. It's part of our oversight obligation.
So come back to line 697, promotion. And I wanted John to spend a few minutes talking about what all you do, not just the package play, but the golf shows and other things that you, where we market that to.
Yeah, it's not non-member play is where we spend a lot of our marketing money on, and it's not just package play, because package play just comes down in the spring and in the fall, but being a resort, people come here in the summertime, so these places we go to, we spend a lot of time with that because we do get a lot of play in the summertime. It goes out west to Pittsburgh and all the way up to Canada and everywhere in between, but primarily our biggest market is New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania for the most part. So that's where we spend the bulk of our money. We go to the trade shows every year, pass things out. We do some of the marketing with the Endless Golf Show, which is year-round. They show that year-round, and it's this time of year where we see a lot of payoff because we get people coming all the time. They're like, "Oh, hey, I saw this hole on this channel or whatever." But now it's like, "Hey, I just watched you on TV," you know, and they're asking me by name. "I just saw you today," and I was like, it's kind of funny in Pittsburgh and elsewhere. So that's been fun to see, and that's also great feedback because we know it's working and they're booking. And I'm gonna step back 1 second, Mr. Daly. Just not only did we try to get some of the package play, I actually did book 2 outings that were at the Bay Club, so we got them over here already for this May, which is great. I meant to say that earlier, and I apologize, I forgot. But that's really the biggest stuff that we end up doing. You know, we also have developed our golf course app. You can book your tee times online. You can keep your handicap online. You can play games with your people, and we also have online scoring for some of our outings that we end up doing too. So, but it's been very successful. You know, if you talk about just package play alone, if you go back to, see, 2012, there was a little bit of construction. We probably had 600 or 700 rounds of golf. You know, now we've had it anywhere from 3,600 to 4,000 rounds just of package play each year. So that amount's really grown quite a bit, and then we're trying to nurture that, and that's what helps us in the spring and the fall especially. And that doesn't include the summer months.
And I don't want to get into this too much about the country club, but the country club.
Yes.
With everything that's being talked about with that, I think it's really important, John, not only for us, but for the community to see a business plan that you're aggressively showing how you're bringing in. I think it's good PR, and it's, again, transparency on what we're looking to do to grow this. Because, you know, the census, whether it be right or wrong, is, you know, there's only 100 people that play here, and you know, so on and so forth. Yeah, I heard that too. And I'm not even a golfer. So, but my point being is that you have to clear up the conceptions, okay? Especially with the decisions that are going to be made on the country club. So you doing a business plan, kind of spelling it out month by month, and you know what you plan to do, what you conservatively, don't go crazy, what you expect to get from it. I think that shows not only us but the community, like, wow, we're really looking to grow this in Ocean Pines. I think it's important, something for you to consider.
Sure, absolutely. I just kind of also need to know what kind of building we're talking about, and we can develop some stuff from there. But that is one big thing when you drive, and that's the first impression you get is that old building. And we hear that quite a bit from some of the packagers and public play throughout the year. So
you mean the black mold and stuff falling down isn't attractive to everybody? No?
Not everybody. Not everybody.
All right, but you know what I'm getting at.
Yes,
so,
I do.
Okay.
Yep, I sure do.
Other questions on golf?
Let's flip over to golf maintenance, and we'll talk about that a little bit more.
I just know better. I was getting worried.
There. Okay, 18.1 and 18.2, et cetera. This is the golf maintenance side of it. You'll see the budget, bottom end of the budget, net operating doesn't change a whole lot. But there's some changes within. 2 line items I'd particularly point out is payroll, or total payroll, and the 528, the chemicals and fertilizer. To start off with, the payroll has increased. We've made adjustments in other areas to offset that somewhat, to offset it as well as justifiably reducing some expenses. If you look at 18.2, you'll see under part-time seasonal, that is proposed to increase about $40,000. This is one of the things about golf and deferred maintenance, to borrow the phrase there, Director Daly. A lot of things on the golf course that are deferred maintenance are dealing with labor hours. How do you get to doing all this detail work that doesn't get done if you don't have the physical bodies to do it, and spreading that labor force out right or differently than we have in the past? And so that was bringing additional seasonal and part-time hours into play so that we have more bodies, literally, that we can put out early in the morning to accomplish more projects. One of the things that we've been doing lately was edging bunkers. And we've got a lot of compliments on just that aspect alone. Now, that's not something that needed to be contracted out, but we needed to be able to focus our time and attention to it. So in golf, it's a lot of those little details. There are bigger projects that aren't included in this budget that get at some other bigger issues for maintenance on the golf course, such as the continued replacement of the drainage pipes there. And that's a bigger project. A lot more goes into that. It's been, that part's engineered already, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and but we had done, what, 9 holes, and we got 9 holes left. But that part isn't included in here.
Where is it included? I'm sorry.
Well, it's in the reserves.
Okay.
But it's not part of a spend for this next cycle. Between the facility and all of that question, we didn't want to be, working on a bunch of golf holes at the same time as we're dealing with the building. But that would come out of the reserves, probably in the second or third year out.
Okay.
So to get at a lot of the deferred maintenance on the golf course, it's really putting money into the labor side of it so we can accomplish more. So that's where you'll see that there. The other line item I mentioned was line 528. We have adjusted that upwards from 110 to 125,000. And what that basically $15,000 difference there, in the summary about the golf budget, we had said that it was basically reducing the combined three, the operations, golf maintenance, and turn, was actually going to be a reduction of about $1.80 in the subsidy level for golf operations. Adding that $15,000 back into chemicals and fertilizer, taking the 110 number that you see there on page 18.1, line 528, it's 110. What you see before you, we've increased that to 125. And that basically, strangely enough, the 15,000 is equal to about the same amount of money in the dollar. If you take $1.80, multiply by the 8,452, you come up with 14,000 change. So basically, I'm saying the subsidy for golf operations altogether stays the same as it is right now.
$14.
Yeah.
David, can I just go back to back to this, the additional help? So you're going from how many employees, from what to what?
This past year, there's really we've got four full-time employees in maintenance. And we had a couple other part-time that were seasonal, which was reduced from the prior year. That extra $40,000, depending on how Andre uses it, could be 7 to 10 part-time people throughout just the season, which will enable us to get the work done that we weren't able to get done this past year. Our crew really just struggled with getting the day-to-day stuff done, which, mowing the greens and cleaning stuff up without being able to do the detail work that makes the golf courses look so much better and makes it much more playable.
Okay.
One of the things that we did was we restructured the existing staff that we had and without adding to it, you'll see there on 18.2, we have assistant superintendent in there with the 0 under 19 and the full budget under 20. That's not a, say, new position, but it's a new position.
What about
We
the-
have the funding for it from other positions that were vacant, and we moved it into that. So we would have the better supervision there. When the superintendent isn't there, we have somebody else who is qualified to supervise and lead that team on that given day.
Is that why you got rid of irrigation tech? Is that why he's no longer there?
That was a different issue.
I was just curious. Again, forgive me, I'm trying to understand golf, so.
Right. And
I figure irrigation is probably important, so.
Right.
It is important, and that's one of the things we've got, between him and another guy on staff, we're able to kind of take care of that. You know,
It's not just one person with the title of irrigation tech. Now you've got two people that have that capability and responsibility.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is with our assistant superintendent is, I mean, he's certified, he's able to be a superintendent at a golf course. He's very highly experienced. It gives us a second set of eyes where they can focus on each different things. Andre can, whether it's greens and fairways or whatever, they can really split the time and focus on that, and it's just making sure that we don't have any issues like we had this past year.
So this ultimately will help with the growth pattern of our country club and golf course?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I get it.
No, thank you, Doug.
About time.
Yes, so on the operations, well, he did answer my question. I was going to ask about the Bay Club and how that was affected, if it was in or not. But, okay, so let's talk benchmark. Let's talk benchmark for maintenance. So for a course like ours, what I like to see, and we've talked about that, and I think we have a number more or less, what does it cost, benchmark, to run the maintenance side of that course, whether it's 680 or whatever, let's say 650 for now. We should understand that. That should be benchmarked along with other golf courses in this area, as well as we have a lot of knowledge and background, John and your staff. What is that number? And everybody in the board should understand that, and that should be there. And then we should look at our maintenance number. If it's under, we need to realize that cutting that cost from the benchmark is probably going to cost us more somewhere down the road, right? If it's over, then we should be told why it's over and what could generate from that maintenance increase. You see, that's what I would like to see in here, and I think we have it. I think we just have to document it. Do you agree, or so that we know where we're at with this?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, you know, depending on where you're at in the market determines on how much you spend.
Right.
Probably for where we're looking, you got to figure ballpark 720, 730.
And we're at where, 680? I don't have it in front of me.
Well, we're
at
7.
We're up to 7 now. Okay, so we're
715.
We're at 715.
okay, so we're there, and that's what I'm
So
looking at.
we're-
That should,
we're-
everybody
we're
should
right.
understand that it should be in here, especially if we have a new board member. To go with what Frank said as far as best practices, as far as staff salaries, the staff that you have, whether it's for the for operations or the maintenance, is that in line with other other golf courses, not country clubs, with what we define ourselves?
It will be.
Right.
Part of a little bit of the labor too was we adjusted some of the pay with some of our course workers. You know, it's rather than just paying minimum wage, because it is skilled. So we brought that up a little bit to meet industry standards, and that's going to help us retain better employees and actually retain them. So that's what we're looking for.
So we are there. Okay, so we're really
I
getting.
think we're in a very good spot with this.
Good. And then, and I think JB answered the question I started before. As far as the chemicals, the fertilizer, and whatever else in inventory, what we need, and I heard he did increase it because I was questioning on the chemicals. So we're comfortable, the chemicals that we need to maintain the course, as well as if something happens, something out of the ordinary, you do have something in inventory, whereas if we didn't have it, it might cost us double, triple, you pick the number. Do you
Yeah.
have that?
We did. We talked to Andre about that, and he felt very comfortable with 125.
Okay.
He said, I mean, something could happen where it goes up. I mean, it wouldn't
Right.
catch some
That's
kind
what
of
I'm
disease or
asking.
something, but he felt very comfortable with 125. He thought that was a really good number.
Right.
Okay.
One of the things, we started out with that 110 number. We've got new laws in place that just came about, and that has jacked the prices up on certain things. And so now that 125 reflects that news, if you would.
Okay. Actually did have another question on it. when we had that situation with the irrigation that Esther kind of alluded to, whatever, JB, I know, and we talked about this, and you gave all the right answer. We had some damage on the greens or whatever, and I know in a town hall that I wasn't at, you had mentioned it could be $100,000.
Right.
When BNF spoke it to you, you did say you would have pulled it back?
Yeah, we pulled that back, so, and I
Yeah,
be the
no,
first to admit to say,
and
probably
that's fine,
paying
that's part of
100K
it.
was a bad thing to move.
I compliment you that you are, but I'm going to get at a point after you say
Right.
this, though.
And, because mostly when you're dealing with a problem on the golf course and greens and like we had, it's time, and existing, treatment, if you would, that will take care of most of that. What we are looking at, and I don't have a number for us yet on what our spend will be on sod. That's something that, we do have some sod factored into the budget every year, and we have some sod that we can pull from our own stuff internally. But then there's something like this happens, and we may need sod to put down and around the collars and things like that wasn't included in the budget process. So that may be a spend still to go in this fiscal year prior to us getting to spring. I think that number will be a lot less than 100K.
Right.
We're not going to spend 100K on sod. We don't need
Right. So what I'm getting at there is two parts. One, we did invest whatever it was, $860,000 years ago, and it's not about that, what I'm saying. We invested to get those greens where they should be. And I think that not an expert, John, you tell me, or if Andre was here, those greens bounced back so that we didn't have to invest $100,000, whereas if we didn't have the greens the way they were, we might have had to invest $100,000. Is that possible, or is that real?
Yeah.
It is, right? So that shows something there. Now, and this is whatever, this is to JB, whatever. So we had a situation, things happen. What are we doing to make sure that that situation doesn't happen again?
That goes back to us getting that assistant superintendent that's
Oh,
qualified to, that
Okay.
knows
No,
what's
no,
going
no.
on. So in this particular case, and this is against Mr. Jordan whatsoever, but he had surgery, he was out for a while. We didn't have a second in command, basically, that knew all these things, make sure this type of stuff was happening the right way. And one of the things that we've sort of talked about in a roundabout way through golf and aquatics and everything else is we are weather dependent. And we have a lot of stuff that we have to deal with that, it could get impacted, and greens and fairways and rough in this area next to the shore.
Right.
That produces a whole different world of hurt than something across the bay.
Right. So and just one more, and I don't want to, but these are, I think, stop me if any of these questions are offbeat, but, so talking about the rough, and I know I should not hit the ball in the rough and whatever, but seriously.
That was the lesson plan.
The people that do come down on packages, what can we do to make that rough a little more friendly to them where they would want to? Maybe they're not playing because of that. I've heard that. Is that true? What's your thoughts, and what can we do? Because that course could bring in more revenue, right?
Yeah, this past year was pretty tough. It was so wet trying to get out and keep everything mowed down. But Andre and I have come up with a plan that we're going to try to use some chemical to restrict the growth of it. So we'll get it cut down, we'll spray it. It'll use less labor because we don't have to mow it as much, but it should keep everything down to where it should be, and it won't be a problem this year. That's our goal.
Great.
Again, trying to understand all this. I know what happened last year, so I'll make sure I'm understanding this. The assistant superintendent is basically going to be able to do everybody's job, and he's basically the troubleshooter. So someone's out, not there to do the job, he's going to be the guy that's going to step in, the responsibility is going to fall on him. Am I correct in my assumption on that?
Yeah, absolutely. He fills in the hole, so between him and Andre, they'll be able to fill it. And so especially on the weekends when it's our worst part, one of them will always be there.
Okay.
So where it
Some
was
more
just Andre this year, yeah, and so you got two trained professionals that know what to look for, and that's their job. So one of them will always be on hand.
What you mentioned turnover. Is our turnover high? Or has it been historically?
It hasn't been historically, but lately it seems like it has been.
I'm just curious, reasons?
The last guy that quit went to Home Depot for $14 an hour in benefits instead of the $10.50 or $11 we were paying him.
All right.
So, and that's where some of the pay gets up a little bit to try to compete industry-wide.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have to react to John's comment about the rough. I'll be the same thing about the trees, too.
I mean, while I'm sitting here going, what the hell's a rough? I have no idea.
With
I'm
my
like, what
lack
is a
of
rough?
game, if you could do something with the trees, it'd be great.
I want to,
This is easy to take care of. Replace the rough with sand. In the sand, put adders. Takes care of a good number of the rough problems and a good number of your complainers.
Okay, what is a rough? Can someone please educate me?
It's taller grass.
taller
Like,
grass.
non-golfer here, okay?
Taller grass on either side of the fairway.
Okay, gotcha, thank you. John, I'm gonna come for a visit again, we're gonna talk about it.
Absolutely, you got it.
A lot of interesting things about our golf course, but the case I'm going to bring out now is like the rough or lack thereof even between on the 18th fairway to the right-hand side. When you have a drainage problem and water sits there, the grass is not going to grow. So then you end up with hard pan.
Right.
And then when it does grow, you don't mow it because it's thin, but it grows, and then you got issues. So, and then you get the whole issue of black spots and all sorts of interesting things going out there. And what's the technical name I'm thinking of? Whether it's goosegrass or crabgrass or things bleeding into different
Right.
types of grasses out there. That's, again, the part of it, it's a living, breathing thing, and every day can be different.
Right.
And that's what goes back to the professionalism as well as the difficulty of
Right.
figuring out what's going to happen.
Right.
You get, you know, like John was saying, you've heard this ad nauseum, we had more rain this past year than ever. And, you know, is that going to happen more, or is it going to go the other direction?
Right. And it affected
And
revenue.
that affects rounds
Affect-
played,
affected
which affects revenue.
Right. And it's a shame. Okay, just on the drainage, it's a big number, so I think we can touch here. So you mentioned the drainage, and I understand we haven't done anything on it. And we have it under golf. Just educate me on this. If we didn't have a golf course, would Ocean Pines still be paying money for that drainage in that area because of all the development recently or whatever? So it's not necessarily the golf course, but
Right.
unfortunately or whatever, that's where somebody decided to
Right,
put it.
and that-
I think
that's part
everybody
of
needs
that
to know
big
that, and that's a big
piece.
piece of depreciation. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, that goes back to that being this bigger picture
Right.
of golf drainage. It impacts other things outside of the golf course
That's right.
in a helpful way.
Right.
So
That's right.
that's a good thing.
But it's getting charged to golf, is my point. But that's what I've seen
Right,
from
out of
going
the
through
reserve
the
study,
financials and everything. Okay.
You want, speak to the, since Andre's not able to be here,
Bless you.
speak to the work that Andre's been doing on the drainage and the heads and all that type of stuff. Those drains that we've got all over the place. Am I covering them?
Yeah, just through years with change in management company and superintendent and workers and stuff, some drains have kind of been lost, and Andre spent a good portion of last year finding them. We've got a couple of holes that would just get wet and stay wet for days on end that he's kind of managed to turn a miracle around, and by finding all these, the water's getting out and the conditions of the golf course on those holes specifically are getting better. We do have a couple trouble holes on the back that haven't had the big drainage done, and we're trying to figure out a way if there's something that we can do to help improve that, at least in the short term until something gets done. So, but it's just vital to the health of the golf course.
John, I think you should continue to put that stuff out to the community. Again, I'm not even a golfer, and I like, wow, people should know that Andre's been doing the work. I mean, I think the public really needs to hear more about what's being done. Maybe small to you guys, but to other
That's
people.
big.
It's
It
big,
is.
right?
It's big.
So people go, oh, they're not doing anything. And here you are, I didn't know about it, and, I think you should really start becoming more vocal, my suggestion, with the community, of, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we've done, this is what we're planning with the timeline. I think people really just want to see that accountability. And, I think you'll find a lot of heat will come off of the golf situation if you communicate more. People want to know. So, instead of being the quote-unquote bastard child of the community, but you have to, and I'm not a golfer, and I'm telling you this from a non-golfer standpoint, I would like to have heard that. Hey, great, I'm glad to see they're doing something.
Okay.
Suggestion.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you'll certainly hear the opposite.
I already have. Yeah, all you hear is nothing's been done, they're doing nothing, and as a non-golfer, and I pay my assessments, I go, well, what am I paying for,
And you absorb that, and you think that's the only piece of information associated with the golf course, when there's a lot of other missing pieces.
If you don't,
Right.
if
I
you
agree
don't
with you.
speak, somebody else will speak for you, okay? So if you don't put your message out, believe me, there's 8,000 plus people, I'm guarantee you, someone's gonna put out the message, maybe not the way the reality, okay?
Got it.
So you need to speak up and stand by, hey, this is what we're doing, and make it clear to people. Silence doesn't work,
Will do.
okay?
Thanks.
All right, we got a question from the audience. Jeff?
It's not really a question, it's a comment. There's a thing that we used to do at the company I worked for that was used to inform up the chain, down the chain, anywhere you wanted. And the information was prepared once and could be given then multiple times, so there's a fair amount of leverage in it. We called it an operations review, and it had 4 parts: highlights, lowlights, issues, plans. Okay, and they're done with bullet points. And for instance, an organization, your organization, your people, Andre and the others, could prepare those for you. You can use that to manage the group. You can turn around, consolidate those, and report them to the board or the membership. It's about a 15-slide deck, if you're doing it right. It's about 15 slides. And you have 2 or 3, well, use 3 or 4 highlights, 3 or 4 lowlights, or as many as you really have. Issues are things you want help on, and so there might be 2 or 3 of those. And plans is really important. You're not asking for permission. You're telling people what you're going to do. Now, when you present those, the person you're presenting to, if that's your boss, they can always change your plan. They can jump in and say, no, I don't want you to do number 3 or whatever. So you can always do that. But the foil set does not ask for permission, which puts the control and a lot of responsibility in the hands of the person making the report, the department manager, whatever, you if you turn around and put them up. They're very effective, and the format is always the same, ruthlessly the same. The words are different, but the format is always the same, and what happens is people get used to the format. It becomes a familiar kind of thing, and that actually, in my experience, increases its credibility. It probably shouldn't, but it does. And so I would commend those to you. Colby's already starting to do that. So if you want to look at something, look at what she's doing. These things are enormously helpful. And I think the discussion we just had here where folks are talking about getting information out, these are perfect because it's not an extra report. It's not fluff because you're using it to run your organization. It's really a cool device.
Afternoon, Ted.
I told me how to come back on, the music was killing me. I said, get back on the
All right,
phone.
any other questions regarding golf maintenance?
Nope, I think we're good.
All right, move on to the next item then.
Third piece, third rail of golf is the turn grill operation. Not a whole lot of change there. Again, unless we do something with the facility, then that just basically goes away, and we have a little bit of cost, a little bit of sales in a different setting altogether. Big difference as far as operations goes is instead of having split time for our assistant pro in the golf side and food side, he's dedicated to golf, and then we have somebody that else would be dealing with the turn grill, specifically managing that. budget really, how we allocated that. So ultimately, for for the whole segment of the three, golf ops, maintenance, and turn grill, there was no change in the subsidy level for golf out of the assessment. All right. Any other questions golf related for the pro? Mr. Perone in the back.
Well, it's really not a question, but I thought I'd just make sure the board knows Friday night, we're
yes,
having a pizza party at Turns Grill, $10 a head. The bar will be open, but you'll have to pay for your drinks. What's it, 5 to 8 o'clock, John? Is that what it is, or 6 to 9 or something? So
5 to 8.
5 to 8. So if you want to talk to the golf people, most of them will be there.
And the last thing we'll share before we move on to the next topic, and that is Andre Jordan, our superintendent, was, what's the phrase? Inducted. Inducted into the Eastern Shore Golf Hall of Fame on Saturday night.
Very nice. Very nice.
That's good stuff. All right. Thank you, John.
All right, thank you.
guys.
Thanks, John.
Actually, we're right on time.
How about that?
Food and beverage.
Who's coming in for that?
Me and Steve. The budget for Beach Club and Yacht Club, slightly different bottom line. Beach Club is on 20.1. You know, the net operating for the 19 budget was a positive 101,308. For 2020, it's a positive 103,071, so about the same. And then for the Yacht Club on 22.1, it was a negative 92,951, and 2020, a negative 101,087. Steve, you can explain the differences in those if you need to. But bottom line is Beach Club and Yacht Club, again, budgeted between the two of them basically at zero. Zero net for the two of them. The contract with the Matt Ork companies is based off of the the current year budget. And so for a 2-year contract, and there was a lot of conversation last week about the budget bonus and then the profit bonus and how all that is to come about. We handed out, I don't think we have copies of it today, we handed out a sample of how that bonus, the profit bonus would be calculated. We don't know what that profit bonus is going to be, if there's any, but based upon the end results of the numbers. The bonus doesn't get paid out until May of this year, May of 2019 for that first year. And then the second year is based upon how this current fiscal year ends. Those numbers determine what the bonus structure for the year 2 of the contract. So there has been a question about, if, I think Denise mentioned earlier, they've already got 23 bookings. I think that's on the top of her business plan. That was a slight change from last week when we handed it out. That was a question that Budget and Finance asked. And of course, that number may go up. What amount of money is that going to generate? If you remember, I'll just give you an example. Last May, the first month with the Matt Ork companies, we made more in the month of May than we had the previous year, including banquets. And this year, we did it without any banquets. So, and then this past year, generating the numbers that they did for the Yacht Club through now, most of that was without any banquets. We had some, certainly, but you got to remember banqueting, the whole process of acquiring the banquets and booking them and whatnot, that takes place plenty of time ahead of when the actual event takes place. So these 23 events that we already have, these are for after May 1. And we've actually got some that are booked for outside of that 23 for the following year. That's a constantly moving number. What was I going to say? Oh, so getting to, okay, so going back to one of my original comments about that dealt with the deficit approach that I took and backloading a little bit is, say we do come in at generating, instead of zero some gain, we do better than that and we generate $500,000 worth of profit, then Matt Orr Company, by the contract, gets 50% of that, and the association keeps the other 50% of that. So if they come in $500,000 of profit, then they're making that amount of money, and we've got that other surplus revenue to apply to the deficit or anything else. That was sort of the strategy behind that, is that there would be additional revenue. We just can't, I guess we could show it some fashion or another, and I guess that was maybe be one of the questions for all of us together to figure out how do we account for that potential with, I don't want to say an alternate budget, but I think John, you understand what I'm trying to say? Is that we really can't change the budget because it's based upon the two-year contract and whatnot, but yet we also know that, but I didn't want to budget for a surplus because
Maybe
we do need like a plan B, for lack of a word. Maybe we do need a plan B based on that because it is, Doug, something that's on the table.
Yeah, but I guess my question, I think that, conceptually that's worth discussion. How would it change these? In other words, if we went to a revenue side, it would change the assessment. And I think we've got a contract in front of us that says, there was a 2-year deal.
Right.
And we don't know what that number is going to be.
Yeah, and I think that's something we
so
do
it's hard to,
when we negotiate to extend the contract going forward.
Yeah.
So I think we're kind of, I don't want to use the word stuck. I mean, the agreement was, we were looking at this as a 2-year project.
You mean we're locked in, not stuck, locked in.
Wait, hold on.
Ted, are you commenting, or is that a different conversation going on?
Ted?
I think he muted his end. That's all right. Multitasking.
He's multitasking.
Hello?
Yes,
you
Ted.
go.
Put that into people.
Did you make a comment there, or need to?
No. It just, I was flipping between mute and not mute, so I'm good.
All right.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Frank?
So if we have a much better than planned year next year, this upcoming year that we're budgeting for, and we're locked in with the agreement with contract, would it be possible, I'll ask the question, was it possible to take that excess profit that we experience above and beyond the budget and put a line in there that says possible contribution to deficit reduction?
Yes.
And use that solely and move that money over solely to deficit reduction?
Total support from BNF on that, it's an excellent point, which we were looking for even this year, hoping to have something that we would have allocated to that.
Right.
I say yes because it's not going to affect, go ahead, you want?
No, I was going to say, if I'd put that asterisk in there when I presented it as that strategy, the conversation might have been different last week, but it's okay. I mean, give Director Daly the credit for the asterisk, but that's something that if at the board level, if the board says,
So it's a delta.
any surpluses, that we have in a
Put it
given,
aside.
it would be dedicated to.
Right. And that's with the assumption that we come in and we break even for this fiscal budget that we're talking about, absolutely with that. That was kind of what we were hoping in BNF. We were talking about that this year, maybe if there was something extra that didn't happen, but that's a good way to do it. Yeah. And meanwhile, it's still being addressed, like what Esther was saying.
Yeah. Frank?
Second point, and I just want to, if I understand the plan correctly, there are some requested renovations on the beach club on the second floor. And the plan is to have that completed before the start of this upcoming season. Is that?
Correct.
Okay.
That's that's what's been requested. I'd like to think we can do it, but right now it's what's been requested. And I think we have to decide, do we have the ability to do that? I certainly would like to, but I can't make a commitment yet because there's still some, open issues about permitting, timing, anything else that has to go along with a construction project like that, which they were talking about the the windows and the roof line. Yeah.
Yeah, and I realize that, and that's kind of, it's both a comment and a concern. So far, the Ort Company has certainly lived up to their word that they're going to increase banquet sales. And they've identified that venue as a possibly the best venue, if I recall the conversation, that we would have for weddings.
Which one, the Beach Club?
The Beach Club, second floor, renovated.
I had a different impression of that conversation.
Okay.
Okay. He said it would be for the smaller weddings because it couldn't handle.
Right, smaller ones.
More like showers and, what do you call it?
Smaller weddings, yeah. And if we're getting 23 to this point, and I understand that the prime dates are now almost evaporated, I think they're down to 2 prime dates left. I think that this should be, in fact, a priority item for to handle smaller things. Okay, because as I understand it, it's almost all comes from the reserves, and it's a matter of just doing it.
Yeah, we should probably have that on the agenda at some point, even if we have to call a special meeting to move forward with it. You know, we've socialized that in email, and I think it's time to take some action based on, you know, on that ask from the Matt Ort Company.
For everybody's benefit, that ask came in last week. And had, as a result of conversations that Ralph and I and Matt have been having last couple of months, actually. So they were getting bids and quotes and things like that. Now that they have submitted that, now it's time for us to, so it's not like it's been laying around for a couple of months. It's pretty hot off the press to now digest and actually come up with a proposal and motion for the board to consider to fund that in this current fiscal year.
Yeah, and I got a question for John, in the sense that, you know, I think we have to have a very public sort of affirmation that, you know, we didn't plan on this expense, but it's probably worthwhile. It'll go against our overall performance for the year, but it's sort of sacrifice short-term wants for long-term goals. Is that
Right,
a
but if
reasonable
you're
way to
talking
say
about
it?
the Beach Club upstairs? Right, so when you have something like that, obviously everything has to be looked at in the sense that how much are we investing and what are we going to get in return, which should pay itself back. So that's the answer to that is yes, we're investing this, but yes, it should pay for itself. Kind of like what BNF was saying with the sports court pool. Yeah, we're open to that. We know how to, definitely.
Yeah, because I'm saying.
Just be transparent.
From a sort of a financial reporting perspective, our year will look poorer because
Right,
we
it could
will
be a
not have
timing of
realized
when
that
you recognize.
benefit.
There could be a timing, right.
Yeah, until say the next fiscal year, but the
Right.
expense will show up in this fiscal year, so we
Right.
have to be able to
Right.
explain that to the
Exactly, that's
membership.
part of the Treasury report and the controllers. Yep.
Okay.
Isn't that, so that would be something we would have Matt Ort involved with, I'm sorry, we'd have Matt Ort involved with, for example, JB, how many people can that room hold? I don't remember what they said to us.
Oh, upstairs at the Beach Club?
Yeah.
I don't remember a
Do you
number.
remember, anybody remember? 100, okay.
I thought the answer was at like 125.
I'm not sure,
That may
I'm
be
curious about
right.
the question. So I think they would need to be involved in this to give us the ROI on that and what they realistically think they can bring in. And then, you know, what is our competition in the area with that as well?
Yes, Ted.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I don't know. It keeps cutting in and out here on my end. Didn't mean to say anything. Keep going.
Thanks for checking in.
Got to get the technology checked at your house there. Or is it our technology?
Our technology.
Any other questions about,
The only person in this hall.
There you go. Doug, did you just click him off?
I have my little button underneath the table here. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that my understanding is correct, that any potential profit incurred by us and Matt Ort for the upstairs operation doesn't impact the downstairs operation in the bonus projections. Is that correct? Since they're getting 50% of the profit upstairs, the bonus projection wouldn't include those numbers.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'd have to go back and take a look. I see where you're going with this. In other words, why should we invest more money and then it doesn't go against their expense side, right? Is what you're saying.
No, why should, my concern is if they're getting 50% of the profit upstairs, why would that calculate into the bonus percentage? Because we're sharing the risk with them there. They're getting their 50%, we're getting the other
He doesn't want you to
50%.
double dip, is what you're
Right,
saying.
and that's after expenses.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless anybody has, I don't have an answer for you, John. It's probably something we should socialize with them and, you know, back through the contract, just make sure we all agree going forward, because, you know, we definitely want to continue that partnership. And if we've got to, you know, again, sacrifice some short-term wants for some long-term goals, you know, I'll go on record as, personally, I don't see that as a problem, you know, given what the potential could be and the consequences of not having somebody running that operation 2 to 3 years from now.
But you're basically talking about double dipping, is what you're in essence saying.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand.
I mean, you know,
I get you.
we're picking up a lot of expenses here
Yeah.
for downstairs.
And they're picking up 50% of the profit, so why give a bonus when they're already getting the 50% I get you what you're saying.
Right,
I got you.
and we are picking up all the, we're paying, you know, that
100%.
profit is after expenses upstairs, so they're not picking up any of those
Yeah,
expenses.
but Larry, I think the other thing is, it's the entire operation. It's not upstairs, downstairs. There's no differentiator. Same thing with the yacht club. It's the entire operation.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify, because I think, you know, they're two different animals, you know what I mean? And they recognize they're two different animals. So I think it's something we need to clarify. If it's not clarified, if it's not that way for this coming year, then when the contract is renegotiated for the following year, it's something we need to look at.
Yeah, I think, you know, this year, it's a singular entity, meaning there's no differentiator between upstairs and the banquet, you know, restaurant, retail, it's all the same. It's all part of that operational budget associated with that location, so.
It's just a clarity issue.
Yeah, but again, we'll try to be creative, and, you know, and again, from my perspective is, one way to look at it, and it's gonna sound like I support him, but, you know, when we make an investment in the Beach Club, we own that, okay? In other words, that stays an asset, you know, on the OPA books, if you will, all right? So if we've got a third party running it, you know, asking them, I think this is probably going to be one of the arguing points, asking them to contribute to that and have no ownership in it, you know, might be a stickling point, but certainly a discussion point that we should probably hash out going forward.
Well, in that regard, you know, when you're talking about these type of operations, when I know for this contract, we're paying for all those improvements. Moving forward, if these guys are making money, you know, improvements and betterments are part of their investment in the property to improve their operations too. Now, those improvements and betterments are ours. You know, if they leave, but, you know, even under their insurance policies, those improvements and betterments are covered.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so again, this first contract, you know, I understand. Going forward, these more issues to take a look at.
Yeah, and quite frankly, with the way I understand the relationship with us and Matt Orcombe, I'd be very surprised if they didn't have or weren't open to those kinds of discussions when we go to renegotiate the contract. These guys they want to be here, and we want them here. So it isn't kind of, you know, we're not nitpicking on anything and trying to go, hey, you know, it's a partnership, and I think we owe the association whatever we can do to help foster that partnership, because, you know, I think it's fair to say it was fairly successful this year, and I'd like to think that it's only going to get better from here on out, but that's just me. Yeah, that's it. You know, we can be mutually beneficial to one another. Frank?
One last point. How do we move this process? And I realize the numbers just came in, okay? But how do we move this process? Because my calendar's getting frightfully close to February 1st, and the Beach Club opens in May, and, you know, if you're going to do some work, we want to make sure that any work that's done does not impact that opening and gets done in time for us to benefit from it.
My next step was to get back with Matt and Ralph on the information that we got last week, and then fine-tune that in a report and recommendation to the board on how to handle that next step. So let me get through these next 2 days, and then I can deal with that. So you'll probably look to see something on that probably by the end of next week.
Well, I mean, I certainly could say this in public. If we have to call a special meeting in order to get that done, Frank, you're going to be out of the country. Would you feel comfortable in at the very least corresponding in some way? I mean, to cast a vote, you actually, I don't think you could cast it unless you call in. We can certainly, but I think that based on the timeline, I'm pretty sure we're probably going to have to call a special meeting in order to, help our own selves by, meeting that timeline. So just say that out loud.
Down the end of the month?
Yeah, between now and the end of the month.
Absolutely. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
there may be periods of time where it's just given a time difference and where I'm at, and it might be, like an immediate response.
Right,
But
what's
certain-
the hour, is it 12 hours,
12 or 13.
12 or 13 hours?
Yeah.
Leaving the 21st?
Yeah, but that's not that's not an issue. I mean, I can send something, you guys can email me, I can read it, I can send you my
you Skype?
things back. Pardon?
Can you Skype? Can you get on Skype? We're not leaving the 21st. Next week.
Not
next
sure.
week we can talk about it.
Not sure,
All right,
but look,
all right.
Let's talk about
yeah.
it.
Just so the membership
And by the
knows that
way-
we would have to have an open, a special open meeting for it, and we got some scheduling logistics concerns.
I'm sure I can communicate, but I'll also leave it at this. And I'll say this to the board, which I also said to them. Given the improvements that we have seen, okay, the tangible benefits that we have seen, I'm quite content. I'm willing to take the risk, and if I'm not there to vote on the risk, I'm still willing to take the risk, if you guys agree with it.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, any final questions on food and beverage? Okay, thank you.
Moving right along.
Next item, and I wish Ted were here, but Larry's here. It's the fire department and the MOU and all the other things regarding the budget, so.
Tab 10 is the budget piece, and definitely have a number of different, excuse me, let me get back to my mic, sorry. The tab 10.1, and there were obviously discussions last week with BNF, and we've added $133,000 for their capital piece. That is included in the number 982. That 133,000 was a big chunk of that.
Move this to 130, added 133 to this number?
You want to do it?
Correct. Added 133 to the 61,125.
So can I just interject as
Yeah.
Larry and
Larry, jump in.
JB, I think, is expecting it. Larry, why don't you do it since you handle fire and EMS? But that wasn't a recommendation. It was more something we believe was missed.
Yeah, well, whether you know or not, part of our MOU is to provide 50% of the capital funding for new equipment, and it was just a number that was missed on the original draft budget. And when I reviewed it, it's a number I had JB put back in. We look at three things on the budget with the fire department: their cash position, which is about $2.2 million. We look at their operating budget, and then we look at the capital spend. For this year, they're not purchasing anything, because if you remember last year, we accelerated the purchase or the funding of the second ambulance. So that was supposed to occur this year. Ted negotiated that deal with them, so there's no capital spend this year, long-term spend. Next year's, we've got a pumper truck that's about $300,000. Our $133,000 contribution for capital is a fairly steady number because it's projected out over 25 years based on all the equipment that they have. Actually, next year, when the projection will be another $133,000, but with the purchase of that pumper truck next year, we'll actually be in the whole $38,000. But the fire department will fund it, and then the following year, our $133 will go back in because they're like I said, their cash position is about $2.2 million. We went through the budget. From an operational standpoint, we knocked off $3,000. That was a great negotiations. But the real issue with the fire department this year is that their fundraising levels have gone way down. The MOU provided that any money they made under $150,000 and below, we got no credit for, and that's what the MOU says. Anything above that, we would get credit towards the operational budget. Their fundraising was about $80,000 this year. They are not going to, they lost money on the $100,000 raffle that they did the year before. They broke even on the last house they did. They have no more properties left, so they're not doing houses anymore. And if I understood correctly, they're not going to do the $100,000 next year either. They're looking for other ways. We suggested that there are organizations out there that can help their fundraising efforts, because for an organization that big, they should be able to raise more money than just the mailings that they put out. The one issue, we did redo some of the MOU this year. I think the board got a copy of the recommendation earlier this year. The only change to that is that since we eliminated the checking account, and again, this was all the stuff you read on a forum about this slush fund that we were hiding from everybody. What that account is that 50% funding that would go for their apparatus, 10% of that, of our 50%, went into that separate checking account. And the idea was that we had some control over what they spent. We've eliminated that checking account. However, they have agreed that any spend that they make over $50,000, they will come to JB, myself, and Steve for approval. So we've eliminated that problem. So that the recommendations to the change in the MOU that I sent to you probably September or October, the only change there is that we've raised that number, I think, from $25,000 to $50,000. Any questions?
Ted had a quick comment. Ted.
Yeah, first I want to say a big thank you to Larry Perrone and to John Viola, who have kind of done the footwork on this thing to move it forward. Where we really stand right now is we're in good shape as far as talking to them about budget and staying on top of it. And as Larry just pointed out, we will be ready probably right when we get done with this budget, beginning of March, to come forward with recommendations on joint changing to the MOU. Really, that's the only thing that's really left in here, and then overall monitoring it. So we've moved pretty good. We've got a great relationship going on right now, and we're getting the oversight we need. So the last big piece is the MOU, and I don't think we have any major disagreements there, so we just kind of try to get this thing cleaned up this spring. And that's it.
All right, any other questions on the fire department? Okay. So last item on today's agenda, is a review and discussion of any action items from today's discussions.
Who's capturing the notes? Who's capturing the notes of things that we've discussed?
Video, and I tried to as we went along for any action items.
I wrote one down about adding that comparison when you were talking about, we were doing the salary adjustments about, Steve was asking about,
Proposed payroll and benefit breakdown.
Yeah, the
We
payroll
got
and
that.
benefit breakdown, that's one of them.
I mean, I've been taking notes, but, I'm not sure that I've captured every single thing. I'm certainly willing to put them out to the group.
JB, you want to start?
Well, was there anything in particular you wanted to consider with regard to deficit recovery at this point in time? I mean, you got another day or two of things, but.
One of the things I'd like to see is if we move the deficit recovery to either the number that BNF recommends or something between what the BNF recommends and what we're currently proposing, how does that change the assessment?
Okay.
Huh?
Mhm.
$28, the,
From 100 to 333?
so the range is, so if we.
Without
right,
doing
so
it,
we're
that sounds
adding-
about right.
So by going up to
$28.
333, we're adding $28 to the assessment.
Sounds about right.
Okay, all right. And
Right,
then-
that's the
so
minimum
that's-
we were saying, the 333, third.
If you go from 100, the 100K that's in there to the
Right.
333,
Yeah.
that's $28.
Yeah. Yep. And that's the minimum.
The pace, the.
So we actually gave back money.
Payroll and benefit breakdown, we
Right.
got that.
Yeah. Well, I recommended he couldn't touch it at all.
One at a time,
You
guys.
don't agree with that? That should be the board.
Go ahead, Colette.
There was that information for marketing from Mad Orc Company that
Mhm.
needs to be got.
Flip over there.
And we also had a policy recommendation regarding performance reviews to justify merit increases going forward.
Right. Well, the 2% merit pool is in there, and that would, it's defined as being merit. So in order to get anything, whether it's half or more, after May 1, the reviews would have to be there for that to happen.
Yeah, maybe we'll look at it in a couple of, and break it down into two pieces. One would be action items that are going to influence the budget, that could potentially change what we're talking about. And then action items that came out of our discussion, like, for example, the 3 to 5 year plan for a bunch of different.
That and the monthly report
Yeah, that
pieces,
kind of stuff. So
I get all that.
Yeah, that's not going to have a direct reflection or effect on the budget, but certainly on the operational side, maybe we can, focus on, identify the other ones, but let's focus on the ones that are going to have an effect on the budget. So, clearly the deficit recovery. Yeah. Yeah, and so deficit recovery, Steve, go ahead.
I don't think we resolved what we're doing about bulkhead assessment, whether we're going to waive it or something in between current and nothing.
Get that one. Decision on bulkhead assessment.
And I don't know if there's any cost for MS Project or some software to help with the management of projects, but if there is, we probably need to have that information.
Anybody else have some takeaway action items we want to make sure of before as we socialize this stuff over the next week or so? Week or two? In one of my notes is I also wrote that the proposed budget, does include the salary adjustments and the 2% pool, so we don't really have to worry about numbers-wise other than divvying it up.
Right, but maybe I missed it when you were saying it. What about the benefit piece that we were looking at on Saturday where there should be some relief to the assessment on what we were talking? Do we have that number or?
We haven't done anything else since Saturday's
Okay,
conversation.
but based
about that.
upon that discussion with the board and everything, is it true that there would be some type of relief to the assessment possibly? As far as going to the 80/20?
Undetermined.
Is Ted still on the line?
Undetermined yet, because we were talking about